My brother is 2 years older, and we've probably spent tens of thousands of hours and then some in the woods together. Whether it was building forts or BMX tracks or camping or hunting, we've traveled all across the US, exploring every area we can and doing whatever else since 2016. We try to do so whenever we get the time off. I feel like adding this is important because there's genuinely nothing I wouldn't do or fear when I have him by my side. This time was different though, and we both felt it. We've had our fair share of adventures and stories to tell of all sorts, but this one has been a lingering stain on my memory. We are both in our mid-20s, and it was around 2019. This was probably my 5th time hunting in this area, and the first time I brought my brother along with me. It was a large forested area of public land that had a few country roads which were basically 2 tracks that stretched for miles throughout the area. We made the trip up in my truck with our tents. 3 in total, 1 for each of us and another to change in and keep our gear in. Without making this long-winded, we set up camp a couple of miles from the truck, which we'd driven for quite a few miles throughout these winding trails. We were now basically in the middle of nowhere. The nearest main road was probably 8 to 10 miles away. We arrived late at night to the camping area and set up camp. We quickly fell asleep after all the work we'd done that day. We spent the next day scouting and tracking, then made back to camp for the night. We cooked, then ate, and had some beers as well. The night was still early, but we'd had quite a long day, and decided to head off for some rest. Everything up until this point had been pretty normal, when suddenly I was awoken to something smacking against my tent. I heard my brother's voice calling out my name. I knew something was off. I called back to him, and immediately he unzipped my tent and made his way inside. I could tell that he was disturbed. When I went to ask him what was wrong, he immediately grabbed my shoulder and told me to be quiet. The sun wasn't even up yet. I think it was around 4:30 or so. We sat in my tent, and what we heard still confuses me to this day. I can only explain it as someone making wail sounds of different tones, an extremely loud noise that I could feel throughout my body. It would come and go, and there would only be a few seconds of silence in between. It started to vary from high-pitched squeals to everything in between. Very low sounds that literally felt like it made me shake with the reverb. I regrettably didn't think to grab my phone or record anything that was going on, because what I was hearing didn't seem real. In the moment, I was struck by the sound. It went on until daylight started to break, I believe. It was about an hour or so, but I'm not really sure. Neither of us spoke the whole time. It felt like I could feel this ominous energy around me, almost like my body was covered in white noise, if that makes any sense. It wasn't even minutes after the sound stopped that it started to rain. It was one of the craziest thunderstorms I'd ever seen while I was camping. The forecast hadn't predicted or accounted for any rain on the days we were going to be there prior to planning out the trip. All the stakes for the tent with our gear were completely ripped out of the ground, and both of our tents had multiple stakes ripped out as well. We'd driven those things into the ground with an axe, so it would have taken some real force to unearth every single one. My brother dismisses it and won't even talk about it, saying it must have been some machinery being dragged or something. We both share the same feeling of fear and dread, though. It just seems odd. It was in the middle of the night, and we were so far removed from any nearby communities or industry to hear or experience this type of occurrence. This happened to me during spring break, back in the mid-90s when I was still attending college. At the time, I lived with my parents in a small community, just outside of Seattle, Washington. My parents were on vacation in Florida, so I had the house all to myself. Here in Washington State, especially around the Seattle area, we get a lot of rain. This night was no different, really. My parents' house was a massive 3-story ranch-style home that was originally built during the 1940s. At night, you could hear the creak and groan of all the old wooden boards. My father had spent a lot of money replacing some of the old infrastructure when he'd bought the place back in 1978, but the creaking never really went away. Not completely, at least. It used to really frighten me as a kid, but eventually I got used to it. That night, I was sitting on the couch watching some TV in the living room. Behind the couch was a large glass wall of sorts, lined with curtains and with a sliding door that went into a screened-in pool area. I nearly dozed off on the couch after a while, but was immediately startled back awake by a loud noise that sounded like something had just slammed into the glass behind me. With the storm still raging outside, I figured the wind may have knocked something on the pool deck into the small glass wall. I got out to investigate. As I approached the curtains, I immediately felt my stomach drop. It was as if my body was telling me I was in some kind of danger. I paused and tried my best to calm myself. I threw back the curtains, only to find that there was nothing there. There was only the visage of the empty pool reflecting the night sky. As the rain trickled down through the overhead screening, I exhaled a sigh of relief and decided to flip on the outside light to make sure the storm hadn't knocked anything over. The light switch was right next to me, since I was at the far end of the wall. As soon as I flipped on the lights, my eyes were quickly averted by a horrifying sight. 2 figures dressed in dark hooded ponchos, standing at the opposite end of the pool deck. They were holding hands as the rain continued to come down around them. I was frozen in place, not sure what I was supposed to do or what I was really seeing here. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. And time itself seemed to slow down as the figure that was closest to the edge of the pool broke off from the other and started power walking toward the glass. The fear within me became so unbearable that I'm not ashamed to admit I let out a rather pathetic yelp as I retreated back into the living room. I slowly backed away from the curtains as the dark hooded silhouette came into view and made its way towards the thing that was mounted on the adjacent wall. I saw the figure throw something and heard the sound of glass shattering. The light went out, immediately followed by me turning and running into the garage, which was located down a hallway that was directly behind me. Now, I have to pause here and explain that both my parents were incredibly anti-firearm. In fact, they both met at a gun control protest in the early 1970s. Needless to say, there were absolutely no firearms in the house I could defend myself with. The best I could do was grab one of my dad's golf clubs from the garage. I then made my way to the second-floor guest bedroom, which overlooked the pool area. I grabbed the cordless phone off the nightstand and immediately dialed 911. I frantically explained to the dispatch what was happening. At the same time, I was trying to look out the bedroom window to see if the intruders were still prowling the pool area. Unfortunately, I couldn't make out anything because of the pelting rain. Dispatch told me that units were on their way, and I should remain inside the house until they get there. I then heard something that made my heart really stop. I honestly can't remember if I hung up on dispatch or if I accidentally dropped the phone. All I do remember is gripping the golf club tightly in my hands as I kept my eyes on the bedroom door. As I stated earlier, the house can be very creaky at times, especially when you're walking up the stairs. I heard the distinct sound of someone making their way up those creaky steps. I backed away as I heard the footsteps emerge into the hallway just outside the door. It wasn't long before the doorknob began to rattle. It was soft at first, but became more erratic and violent. Then there was the pounding that shook the entire door. I braced myself for whoever was on the other side to break through. The pounding then turned into loud thuds, as if the person on the other side was putting their entire weight into taking the door down. All of the doors in my parents' house were entirely made out of oak, and all very thick all the way through. After about 5 minutes, I heard a second pair of footsteps quickly rushing up the stairs. Soon after, I heard a woman's voice whispering harshly, "I see cops outside. We need to go now!" 2 sets of footsteps then frantically descended the stairs, went across the tile floor of the living room, and I assume exited through the pool area. Moments later, I heard an audible shouting over the rain. When I looked out the bedroom window again, I saw 2 flashlight beams pointing in the same direction. The heavy rain and the screened structure prevented me from seeing exactly what was going on, but I'm guessing the intruders were surrendering to a couple of police officers. The doorbell rang, followed by someone identifying themselves as law enforcement. I put down the golf club and quickly went to the front door, making sure to look through the people to confirm before opening. I explained to the officer that I was the one who had called, and I was quite relieved to discover that both of the assailants had been arrested in the backyard. I was then asked to stay on the front porch while a couple of officers searched through the home. While I was waiting, I saw the 2 people being placed in the back of a squad car that was parked out in the street. Although I could not make out any of their features, I could tell that one of them was a man and the other was a woman. I would later find out they were a couple of drug addicts who had been breaking into houses and apartments around the Seattle area. They were also prime suspects in a murder case. The police speculated that they had somehow jimmied the lock on the sliding door. However, I may have accidentally left it unlocked myself, as I had gone swimming earlier that day. I didn't tell my parents about what happened until they got back. I didn't want this incident to ruin their vacation. I always love and respect my parents, but that incident really changed my stance on firearms. Sometimes they are necessary, because there are all kinds of dangers that will lurk in the night. I'm a 35-year-old urban explorer from Arizona. Last year, my 2 friends and I set out on what was supposed to be our most ambitious exploration yet. I'm going to be vague about certain details, and obviously I changed the names of the locations because I don't want to encourage anyone else to try and find this abandoned installation. I will tell you it was in the Nevada desert and doesn't really show up on Google Earth. For the hell of it, I'm going to call my friends Rick and Morty. We drove out into the desert with plenty of water and supplies, half expecting to get lost and never even find the place. Rick had learned about this place through an ex-army buddy of his, who had never been stationed there as it had been abandoned for quite some time, but knew for certain of its existence somehow. He speculated that at one point in time or another, it may have even housed up to 2 nuclear warheads. At first, I was adamantly opposed to exploring anywhere that could potentially have radioactive waste, but Rick's friend assured us there was nothing there that would cause an incident. It was early in the summer, and the days were becoming longer. We left our motel at first light and drove off-road for a couple of hours before, to my surprise, we actually did locate it. There were 3 warehouse-like buildings, each the size of airplane hangars, surrounded by 2 different chain-link fences laced with barbed wire. There were many old and rusty signs, boldly declaring that this was government property and any trespassers would be prosecuted. Morty peered through his binoculars at the installation for about 15 minutes. When he was convinced the facility was completely abandoned, the 3 of us strapped on our gear for our adventure. We all considered ourselves to be survivalists, but each of us had our own unique skills that made us invaluable to our little team here. Rick had the connections to locate sites that practically no one else knew about, in addition to being the technician of sorts. Morty was our old field medic in case of emergencies, and he knew a lot about field botany as well. I was the designated climber. Whenever we visited a site that required accessing high places, I would be the one to forge the path ahead. I'd free climb and hang a line for the other two to follow. I was also the largest of the three of us and was capable of carrying stuff either of the other two would not be able to. I could also carry them in case of a debilitating injury while exploring, knowing that if we were caught, we would be facing anything from a crippling fine to serious jail time. We recorded a video message on a phone to our friends and family, just in case something went wrong. We left it on the back seat of our truck. It was clear that the facility had not been visited by the Army in any professional capacity in quite some time. The fence was damaged and leaning over in several areas, and the locks on the gates had long since broken off. We walked right in without any trouble at all, even sparing a few minutes to check out an old guard shack. The desert sand had covered the grounds everywhere, like a thin layer of dust, and had collected in piles of several inches high in the doorways. We spent about 40 minutes in the first building, which contained offices, bunk rooms, and a garage big enough to easily fit my house in. But aside from the structure itself, there was almost nothing of value to appreciate. There was no furniture, no forgotten classified documents or maps, not even abandoned personal items to pocket. The garage did contain a few old tires and dozens of ancient grease and oil stains scattered around the floor. We were slightly disappointed, but undeterred. We moved on to the second building and broke in using one of our heavy-duty flashlights. The inside was practically a coliseum-sized space, filled with abandoned ladders and scattered metal support beams. We separated and wandered about, keeping each other inside using our flashlights. We speculated this place may have been used to store vehicles like small tanks or planes at some point. We called each other across the room, causing a satisfying series of echoes. I stayed close to the walls, while Rick and Morty ventured deeper into the room. I noticed a door to an office or closet of some sort against the far wall. Making way for it, I soon discovered it was not a traditional door, but one that had a seal around it like a walk-in freezer. I popped it open and shined my flashlight around inside. I expected it to be extremely hot and uncomfortable inside, containing stuffy air that had been sitting around undisturbed for years on end. I was surprised to feel a slight chill in the air instead, as if the room occasionally experienced a refreshing breeze somehow. The room was about the size of an average two-car garage, but strangely enough, the only thing inside of it was a spiral staircase that appeared to lead downwards. I walked over and looked down into the darkness below. I couldn't make anything out, of course, so I decided to walk down a few steps and see what sort of secret room it might lead to. After walking down about 20 steps, my boots making a tapping sound against the metal stairs, I suddenly got the feeling I had entered an extremely wide-open space. Every footstep seemed to echo into a vast nothingness beyond me. I shined my flashlight around in every direction, but I literally could not see a single thing beyond myself and the staircase. It was like there was this infinite darkness all around me. Figuring there must have been an existing cavern down here, and the army had built a structure on top of it, I continued my descent, losing track of how many steps I had taken. I paused after a moment to listen. I shut the flashlight off and allowed my other senses to take over. I couldn't hear anything over my own breathing. No sound of flowing water or echoes of any kind. The only thing I could really sense was the smell of the old metal staircase. How many stories had I climbed down now? Maybe 5? I fished a nickel out from my pocket and tossed it over the side of the staircase. I then waited in silence. Seconds passed. 8, 10. I didn't hear the sound of it striking against the ground at all. Holy shit, how deep is this thing? A part of me wanted to start heading back up to solid ground and to daylight, but the urban explorer inside me insisted on pressing forward. I turned my flashlight on again and kept walking downwards. It was a good thing I used the light too, because after a dozen or so more steps, the staircase simply ended altogether. The metal bar that ran down the center of the staircase continued downward into the black abyss. I couldn't really tell in this darkness if the stairs had broken off from disrepair or had simply never been completed at all. I sat down on the bottom few steps and let my feet swing off the edge. I spat downwards and tried to follow its progress with my light, but it vanished into the darkness. I whistled to try and get a sense of my surroundings, using the echo as a sort of marker. The way it echoed told me that I was still high up in whatever this room was. It was incredibly eerie. A small voice in my head was pleading with me to head back up now, but the other part of me yearned to learn more. I tried to take a few pictures with my digital camera, but of course they showed absolutely nothing of interest, apart from me sitting in extreme darkness on a metal staircase. I deleted them. My flashlight began to flicker after a moment. That's when I decided it was time to start heading back up. I was curious to see what Rick and Morty thought of all this. I cast my flashlight beam into the darkness, and that's when I thought I saw something for a very brief couple of seconds. I couldn't exactly tell what it was, but it appeared to be something quite large. I sprinted back up the stairs as fast as I could, flashlight in my right hand, the railing on my left. It took me slightly longer than I expected to reach the top, but when I did, I shot out of that sealed freezer door and back into the giant hangar bay area. For a few seconds, I paused to catch my breath. I wondered what exactly I had seen down there. Rick and Morty were nowhere to be seen. I made my way back out through the door we had broken into. I froze in my tracks for a split second. I thought I had lost my mind. The moon was out. How long had I been going down that staircase exactly? I immediately got on the radio and Rick's voice came on, almost immediately screaming at me, wanting to know where the hell I'd been. I told them about the spiral staircase I found. I then asked what time it was, just after 8 p.m. I had been missing for multiple hours. Rick and Morty drove the truck right through the gates and pulled up right next to me. They yelled for me to get in. Then they floored it out of there and back across the desert. They were both beyond panicked. They had spent a large amount of the day looking for me, scouring the surrounding area in all directions. They demanded to know why I hadn't picked up the radio. My head was spinning. I couldn't really find the words to answer their questions. Back at the motel, I told them everything. They reported that they'd also found the strange staircase room and even walked down a few steps. They'd called down and used the radio. Then they went back up. They didn't want to go any further without knowing what was down there. Rick and Morty are convinced I hit my head and had some sort of elaborate dream about how far down the staircase went. But I had no injuries of any kind and wasn't on drugs either. I'd never been in any kind of condition where I'd lost track of time like that. I wish I had saved those photos to prove to them where I was. We've discussed going back there, but I get the sense that I probably shouldn't be walking down those steps again. I feel like I was really pressing my luck. Alright, so this occurred when I was 16, and because of what happened, I would never use social media again. It was getting near the end of the school year, which meant that we would have the summer off in a couple of weeks. It also meant the teachers would let the class have some free time and rarely gave out additional assignments. Anyway, I was in class sitting with my friends, chatting as our teacher gave us free time. We were pretty much talking about all the things girls in the high school would talk about. What we were doing over the summer, college jobs, our cars, even graduation. As one of my friends was talking about how her boss had just fired her from her job, I got a notification from Facebook on my phone. A username I'd never seen before sent me a friend request. Let me be as clear as I can. Getting friend requests from unknown users is no big surprise to me. What I would do is, if I knew the person, I would accept their request and request to be their friend as well. But if I didn't know who they were, I would just accept or decline it based on how I was feeling. I didn't know who this person was, so I just felt like declining him. That's when I received another notification on my phone from Facebook. It was the same username. He had sent me a direct message. It read something along these lines. "Hey, you're really pretty. Would you like to chat with me?" I responded by telling him I had no idea who he was, and apologized as well. Keep in mind, this guy's photo looked to be about 40 years old, and I was 18 at the time. This was starting to become very creepy. My friends eventually wanted to see what I was up to, so I showed them the chat as well. Two of my friends really didn't care, and the other one said to just block him. I decided to just kinda leave it alone. I figured he wouldn't try to message me again anyway. When I got home, I received another notification on my phone from the same guy. He said that we would get to know each other well, and we would start a, quote, romantic relationship soon enough. I was beyond creeped out at this point, so I just blocked him. I thought that would be the end of it. Not even 10 minutes later, though, I received another message on Facebook from a different username. "Why did you block me? I want to get to know you." I told him to leave me alone, and that he was way too old for me, that if he didn't stop I would call the police and report him. He started using profanity and making threats that he was going to find and kill me. I blocked him once again and called the police. Of course, they couldn't do anything, since he didn't really commit a crime according to them. I find that BS, but whatever his account was seemed to be taken down, and even if the police could track him, I couldn't remember his username anyway. About a week or so went by, and I was starting to forget about what happened. Honestly, I just wanted to graduate from high school and be done with all this. A few days later, I was home alone in my room on my computer. That was when I heard it. My dogs barking at something. I went to go see what it was they were barking at. Something outside the sliding glass door, but I couldn't see anything since it was so dark out there. I looked a bit harder and began to make out the figure of someone standing in our yard, looking straight at me. He took off running, and I never saw that figure again. I have no idea whoever that was. Was that the person on Facebook? I don't know, but I believe it very well might have been. I decided to stop using it altogether just to be safe. When I was about 22 years old, I attended a university over 2,000 miles away from my home. I was ready to start a new chapter of my life by studying culinary in college. I wanted to be a chef as a career. I didn't have the money with me at the time to pay for my college, so I had to get a student loan and pay back the money. That meant I had to get a job while I was in college. All of the jobs I had tried looking for either rejected my application or weren't hiring. My university did have jobs on campus, but from what I heard, you don't exactly get paid much. It didn't really seem like I had much a choice, though. so I decided to apply somewhere on campus. I for some reason chose to be a library assistant. Basically, I would scan books and put them where they belonged. It was quite an easy task, but a long one. Anyway, one day the library was empty. As it was getting ready to close, I was finishing up putting a few books away on the shelves when I heard the library doors open. They then closed soon after. I figured it was just a student coming in here to return a book or something. I turned around to see it was not a student at all, but some guy who looked like he didn't even go to this school. He looked homeless, honestly. I told him the library was closed and to come back tomorrow, but he didn't react at all to what I'd told him. He just stood there looking at me. I could see right away that he must be high on something. This man was not right in the head, so I asked him if he needed any help. Finally, he responded, saying no in a very raspy voice. I knew there was something wrong with him, and so I called security. But before I was able to put the phone up to my ear, he rushed over and grabbed me with one of his arms. He used the other arm to take something out of his pocket. I started to freak out and started trying to break free. He was holding onto my arm really tightly. He then gave me the creepiest smile I've ever seen. He held a knife up to my throat, and I started screaming. Thank God there was security nearby. They stormed into the library and threw the man to the ground. They then called the police. When the police arrived, I was questioned, and they took the man off to some mental institution, I think. It's been 3 years since that happened. I just hope the man is getting the help he clearly needs, but that was the scariest experience I've ever had. This happened a few years ago, 6 years to be exact. I was around 10 years old at the time, and my dad and my younger brother, who was 7, all decided to go up to our cabin in Colorado. My parents had built this cabin long before I was born when they lived in Colorado. It was a nice small log cabin. It had a kitchen, a small living room, a bathroom, and even 2 bedrooms as well. When we got to the cabin, we unpacked everything. We hadn't packed much in the first place, as we were only going to be staying for a few nights there. When we unpacked, I went to the room I would be staying in. In the room I was staying in, it had only one window that had a clear view to the forest. My brother would be sleeping with my dad, since he was still at the age where he was scared of the dark or being alone. My dad and brother were going to pick up dinner and would be back in about an hour or so. The cabin was in a rural area, and the nearest pizza shop was about 15 miles away. I really didn't have anything to do other than to just sit around. It was so boring that I was really regretting going on this trip. Yes, there was a TV, but it was not working. And on top of that, there were no movies or TV shows anyway. I also couldn't talk to anyone on the phone because we had no service. Eventually, I just decided to take a short nap. I was awoken to a noise. I woke up wondering what that sound was. It sounded like someone or something was scratching their nails against metal. I looked out my window, but I didn't see anything. Just in case someone was out there, I put the blinds down, but they would only go down halfway. I put some clothes in the remaining space between the blinds. When I was walking through the hallway to enter the living room, I stopped in my tracks. Standing there was a man who was very tall, maybe about 6'4" or something. He didn't seem to have seen me, as he was facing the opposite direction. I had no idea how the man got in, but that didn't matter at the moment. I quietly stepped back into the hallway and went back into my room, which had the only working lock in the place. I shut the door quietly and locked it. I was in my room for a good 5 minutes when I heard footsteps coming toward my bedroom door. I started to panic, trying to find something to use as a weapon. I found an airsoft gun that was painted all black. It was a fake gun, but it still looked convincing enough to scare someone off. At least I hoped so. I held it in my hand tightly. The man started banging on the door very hard, and after the fifth kick to the door, it broke down. When he saw me holding that gun in my hand, though, he made a run for it out the front door. I waited for my dad to get home so I could tell him what happened. He got home and called the cops, but nothing ever came of it. The man simply got away with it, and we never saw him again. A few years ago, my group of friends were having a bonfire during the middle of summer, July to be exact. We were talking about random things that normal teenage boys would talk about. Eventually, one of my friends, who I'll call Jordan, decided we should all tell a scary story. I honestly thought that was a good idea. Our other friends also agreed. Jordan went first and told a story about Bigfoot or something. One of my other friends, named Adam, though, told us a story that really gave us all goosebumps. I can't remember every detail of the story, of course, as Adam told it to us quite a long time ago. I can't personally say whether or not there are some exaggerated details of his story, but it did give us chills in real life. So I figured that's good enough. Now, Adam wanted to tell us a story about how his dad came into contact with a ghost in a hotel. Here it goes. Adam's dad worked as the person who's always sat at the front desk, taking calls and giving visitors their room keys. I can't remember the exact name of the hotel, but supposedly it was very fancy. Adam's dad, who had just recently gotten the job, was told by the hotel janitor about the ghost of a woman named Sally that supposedly haunted the place. Adam's dad didn't believe in the paranormal, so obviously he thought that was bullshit. One day, he got a call at the front desk from room 215. He answered the phone saying, "Hello, how may I assist you?" There was no response. The person on the other end was silent. After saying hello a few more times, he hung up, but not even a minute later, the phone rang again from room 215. He said hello again, and this time he could hear someone's voice on the other end. It sounded like a woman's voice. She whispered something along the lines of, "Help! I need help!" Before he could even respond, the person hung up. Immediately, Adam spoke with the manager of the hotel, explaining the situation about the woman and room 215. The manager had this confused look on his face. He said that no one had been checked into that room in weeks. Both of them went up to room 215. They opened the door and went inside, but they didn't find anyone there. In fact, everything was completely organized and looked as if no one had been there in quite a long time. The manager told him that maybe it was just one of the hotel staff playing a prank or something, but after what Adam's dad had been told about Sally, he was convinced he was talking to her ghost over the phone. When I was 15, I went into town for my first day doing some charity work. I was a bit early, so I sat on a bench in the town center for a bit. Someone approached me, introduced himself, and said he'd just moved here. I briefly introduced myself as well, and we talked a bit about some local stuff. He mentioned he was 26, which weirded me out a bit. He was on his phone, and suddenly I heard the shutter sound as it faced me. I freaked out and demanded to know why he was taking pictures of me. He denied it and claimed he was taking photos of the scenery, despite there being nothing around us. Annoyed and creeped out, I left with no explanation. I went to the charity shop, where I spent the next 6 hours working. So 6 hours later, I left the shop and started heading home. Suddenly, I heard my name being shouted from behind me. It was that same guy again. I said to leave me alone, but he refused to listen and said he wouldn't let me go home alone. I was yelling at him, telling him to go away, and I started to move quicker. He chased after me. In the end, I ended up running for my life until I eventually lost him and made it home safely. I never saw that guy around town again. A few years ago, when I was 13 years old, I attended a summer camp that I loved very much. I would go there every summer to make new friends, and see old ones too. But after my last experience at summer camp, I would never be going again. It was a Tuesday, I believe, and we had just gotten done eating our lunch. After lunch, the group had a choice of either going swimming or fishing. The camp did have a small lake where you could go fishing, and I myself had never tried it. I figured I might as well give it a shot. It was just me and a few other kids. As the instructor was teaching us how to put the hook on the line, I saw a man emerge from the tree line on the other side of the lake. I thought nothing of it and continued to focus on trying to get a good catch. I thought I caught the man's eyes looking in my direction though, and eventually I looked up at him. He was indeed just staring right at me. Let me give you a description of this man. He had a blue jacket, sweatpants, and was wearing sandals, along with a big hat. I didn't know who this person was. I went over to the instructor to tell him about this mysterious man, but of course, as soon as I told him about the guy, the man was already gone. I continued fishing for about another hour before it was time for the group to go back inside the gym for sports. At one point, I had to use the restroom though, so I started making my way over to the women's restroom. I stepped inside, and I heard a man's voice call out to me, "Hello again." Before I could even say something, the same man from earlier stepped out from one of the stalls and looked right at me. I saw craziness in his red eyes and was disgusted by the smell of marijuana on him. He then whispered to me, "Come with me. I want you to see something cool." I walked over to the door to exit the restroom. He tried to block me from leaving and grabbed me hard by the arm. He then said to me in a furious tone, "If you scream, I will kill you. Do you understand?" I nodded my head, telling him that I understood. My dad had always told me to keep calm and try to think of what to do if I ever came across a situation like this. That's exactly what I did. I kept calm and did everything the man asked. As he was walking out with me while holding my arm, I heard a deep voice yell from behind us. Thank God it was a police officer. I immediately began screaming and kicking, trying to fight for my life. After a few seconds, the man let go and ran to his car. The police officer chased after him. Another officer escorted me to the gym, where the rest of the group was. He explained what happened to the counselor and staff. My mom picked me up early that day, and I never went back to summer camp again. My advice is to please be careful, because there are dangerous people out there all around, and you never know what they might do if they catch you. A few years ago, I was on a camping trip with the Scouts for a week. I've always been a camping/outdoors person. That's really the main reason why I joined the Scouts in the first place. We were going to a camp in North Carolina. We lived in Florida, so we would be taking a long bus trip there. We left on Friday and got there Saturday evening. Once we got there, our scoutmaster told us to unpack everything and get our tent set up as quickly as we could. We only had a good hour or so of daylight left anyway. Within about 45 minutes, we had been set up and started cooking our meals. My friend, we'll call him Eric, who was also in the Scouts and who I'm still friends with to this day, told us we should go and explore the woods a bit. Now, I wasn't exactly sure if the scouts were allowed to go exploring into the woods, but our scoutmaster had said earlier that we could go anywhere as long as we were with another scout. Therefore, we figured it would be okay. Anyway, we started making our way into the woods with our flashlights. It was getting quite dark now. We walked about 10 minutes or so when we stumbled across this small little shed that looked like it had been abandoned for the past 60 years at least. At this point, we weren't sure what to make of it. Eric said that we should go inside and look around. Me, on the other hand, knew we were going to get into serious trouble if we trespassed inside. I said no, but Eric went on and called me a wuss and said that I was always afraid of everything. It honestly bothered me at the time, so I sighed and said we could go in for a few minutes. The door was basically broken down, so we didn't have any problems getting inside. We got inside and turned on our flashlights. It was basically empty. There was some furniture, but that was pretty much it. Eric then said, "What is that?" He was shining his light on a rope hanging down from the roof. It took me a few seconds before I realized it was a noose. I told him to just leave it alone. As we were walking out, Eric tripped over something soft. We shined our light down to see what he had tripped on and ran out of there as fast as we could back down the trail. We stopped to catch our breath after a while and began panicking. What we'd seen was the dead body of a random woman. She looked like she'd been dead for about a week at most. We were talking about whether or not we should report it. We decided not to tell anyone, since for some reason we were afraid we would get into trouble. After that, we barely talked to anyone for the rest of the trip. The day we were packing up and leaving, Eric and I decided to go see if anything had changed at the shed, and surprisingly, something had. All the furniture was gone, along with the body and the noose. Someone had known we had been there. We left and reported it to our scoutmaster once we got back. We explained everything, and thank God he believed us. Within 20 minutes, they had police searching the shed, but I don't know if anything happened after. Needless to say, we still got in trouble anyway, but I was expecting that. About a week later, I was watching the news when I happened to see that the police had found a man. He had been hiding in the shed when we'd found it. He admitted that he had hung and killed the woman inside, who turned out to be his girlfriend. He was put in jail for life without parole. But yeah, I don't think I'll be joining a Scouts trip for a long while yet. This happened when I was 15 years old. Every summer, my family and I would go up to New York to visit relatives. It was very fun overall, and my aunt and uncle would take me everywhere. Anyway, there would be some days I would sleep at my grandma's house, and there would be other days I would sleep at my aunt and uncle's house. This night, however, I was staying at my uncle's house, as my grandma was out of town for a few days. My aunt and uncle had just recently had a baby, and she had her own room. That meant I had to sleep downstairs in the living room. They didn't have an air mattress, so I had to sleep on the couch, which was extremely uncomfortable. The living room has a lot of windows. 3 behind the couch and a huge window out front where you could see out into the woods. I was tossing and turning, trying to get to a good position where I could feel comfortable. I'd been there about 10 minutes, rolling around and trying to get some sleep. I finally started to drift off, but I was awoken to what sounded like a strange banging noise. I dismissed the noise as just a dream at first, but then the noise continued. This time I fully woke up and began searching around the room for the cause of this noise. I then found it. Standing at the big glass window was a man knocking on it. He was wearing a black hoodie, and in his free hand was a big knife. Surprisingly to me, it didn't seem like the man had even noticed me. He wasn't looking in my direction. It was more like he was looking around the room to see if anyone was there. I knew it was only a matter of moments before he would spot me, and God only knows what he was planning on doing. I gathered up the courage to sprint upstairs to my uncle's room. I immediately told him everything that was going on. He grabbed his hunting rifle and rushed downstairs to show the man he was armed. The man was still waiting there, but instead of running away, he just started laughing maniacally. It wasn't a normal laugh. It was a low, threatening one, as if he wasn't afraid of my uncle at all. Not even 5 seconds later, we heard a window from the other side of the house smash open. We then realized there was more than one person. We bolted up the stairs, awaking both my aunt and the baby. We heard a pair of footsteps coming up the stairs fast behind us. We took that chance to climb out our window and drop down to the ground. We didn't care what was in front of us, only what was behind. We booked it to the neighbor's house and called the police. They investigated and told us the house had been broken into, and many valuables had been stolen. I remember it being a kind of cold night in October. The day had been quite long, and I was exhausted from a work trip that had me driving for hours. Now, for context, I'm a somewhat smaller man, and always considered myself a sort of pessimist. I decided to pull over into what looked to be a run-of-the-mill hotel that was just off the freeway. It was one of those places people on road trips could stay at, without having to drive into a big city. The hotel looked like it had seen better days, obviously. The sign outside read vacant, and I didn't have to wonder why. The parking lot was practically empty, save for a few rusted-up old beaters. I parked my own car and made my way to the lobby inside. I was greeted by a sort of disinterested clerk who was too busy paying attention to his phone to even look up at me. I paid for a room and was handed a key, barely receiving a single word during the whole interaction. It was kind of weird, honestly. As I made my way to my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was really off about this place, but I was too exhausted to care. My room was no better than the rest of the place. The curtains were torn and stained in multiple places, and the air smelled like mildew. I decided to take a quick shower and practically collapsed onto the bed. My plan was to catch a few hours of sleep, then wake up and get out of there before sunrise. I must have slept for no more than an hour when I was jolted awake by a loud argument coming from the room next door. It sounded like a couple of people were arguing over something I couldn't quite make out. I got out of bed and pressed my ear against the really thin wall that separated our two rooms. I could make it out sort of muffled like, "Where's the money, Dirk?" There was a very gruff voice demanding this. I remember specifically someone saying back, "I swear, Joey, I'll get it to you by tomorrow." The other guy, who I'm guessing was probably that Dirk person, sounded incredibly scared. It was kind of surreal, honestly. I could hear moment by moment the conversation escalating, and it became quite clear to me that someone was going to get hurt here. I knew I had to do something, but fear pretty much had me frozen there. I contemplated calling the police, but I didn't have any concrete information to really provide them. Not to get political either, but I also know that police can just make situations worse. Just as I was considering my options, the argument appeared to turn violent. I heard a loud crash echoing through the walls, followed by what I could only assume were blows being landed. Again, the walls were almost paper thin. I could hear everything. I'm completely sure I heard someone being attacked, but I didn't know what to assume, considering they were both just yelling at each other. But based on the sounds from before, it didn't appear that Dirk had an upper hand. I exited the room and sort of tiptoed to the door, peeking through the peephole in the neighboring room. The hotel was old and obviously hadn't bothered changing to one-way peepholes. What I saw at that moment gave me chills. Dirk, I assume, was being held down by two men, both much larger and a lot scarier than he was. He was badly bruised, and there was blood dripping down from his nose and out of his mouth. His eyes were completely swollen shut, and tears were rolling down his face. I could even hear him now begging for his life. The men had their backs to the door, and I knew I had no choice at that moment but to contact somebody. It would have been wrong for me to not set my own personal opinions aside when someone's life could be in danger. I immediately grabbed my cell phone and called 911. I whispered to the dispatcher about the situation and explained my location as best I could. It was a bit hard though, considering I didn't really know the area I was going through all that well. My heart was pounding in my chest as I crept back to that peephole, trying to keep my tabs on the nightmare that was happening right next door. Just as I looked through this time, I saw one of the men draw a gun from his waistband. Panic surged through me, and I sank to the floor. I was scared. I couldn't risk them seeing or hearing me through the door. The sound of gunshots pierced through the air, and I could hear screams of agony. Tears started to well up in my eyes. I felt completely helpless. The minutes dragged on as I huddled on the floor just inside my room. The sound of suffering next door was one of the worst things I'd ever heard. The man was moaning and crying out in pain. I listened to the other two make fun of him. They said they found him weak for showing that he was in that type of pain. I found it incredibly disgusting, considering they just shot him multiple times. I heard more shuffling in the room next door, and was relieved to hear what sounded like the men leaving after what felt like a small eternity. I actually heard sirens approaching the hotel too. Relief washed over me as I looked through my own peephole and saw the police arrive, followed soon after by paramedics. The officers inside pounded on the room next door to me, demanding that whoever was inside surrender right now. I guess they hadn't realized the men had already left. The only response they got was Dirk pleading for them to help him. I heard them break down the door and call the paramedics over. I was full of fear and anxiety as I waited for the officers to clear the scene and hopefully get this guy to safety. An officer knocked on my door, identifying himself. I opened the door and was eager to tell him everything that happened. They told me they'd have to take me down to the station to make a formal statement. I found that odd, but I did what I had to do. I packed up my stuff from my room and headed down to the police station. As I sat there that night, providing my statement to a detective for what seemed like the 100th time, I couldn't help but think about whether or not that guy was okay. I never met him or even interacted with him once, but somehow I felt a connection with him. In my eyes, no one deserves to die in such a violent way, just because they probably owed someone money. I wish there was more I could have done, honestly. But with how small I am and not really being trained in anything, if I would have tried to personally intervene, I probably would have been injured or killed too. No matter how many people like to say they would, I just couldn't risk my own life for someone I didn't even know. I was informed later that night the guy had passed away not long after arriving at the hospital. His gunshot wounds were pretty severe. There was nothing they could do. The detective assured me I'd done the right thing by calling the police, and that my testimony would be important in bringing the men responsible to justice if and when they were found. Unfortunately, as I'm writing this, it's been almost 9 years, and there's been no news on this case. I'm sad that his family hasn't received justice for his murder. The events of that night have left me completely traumatized, but I have to remember how lucky I am to still have my own life. That's something that guy will never have. And the only thing separating the two of us that night was a single wall. Different life decisions led us to the same place at the same time, but somehow still worlds away from one another. So, just to give you a picture, I'm not a small woman at all. I'm over 6 feet tall, and I weigh about 200 pounds. That, paired with the fact that a lot of that weight is in fact muscle, doesn't make me the most obvious target. Even though that's what I've always told myself, it didn't make it true though. I guess in the eyes of an evil man, a woman is a woman all the same. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I had something he wanted. I think we all know what I'm talking about without me having to say it. I usually work from home, but every so often I have to take a refresher course with my company so they can make sure I still know what I'm doing and track my progress. Honestly, I think it's a little bit unnecessary for someone who's been doing the job for 10 years like I have, but I understand it's part of making sure the company runs smoothly. If I have to sacrifice a single weekend every 6 months or so, I don't think I can really complain too much. They always set me up in a relatively nice hotel and gave me all these vouchers for food too, so it wasn't really too bad. Only this time, when I got the email about having to take the course, I wasn't too pleased to find out I'd have to drive into the city during a big storm. Of course, it was a 3-hour drive, and the drive sucked enough already. It had to be done all the same. I took my time getting to my hotel. It may have taken me double the time to get there. I drove way slower than I probably needed to as well, but I wanted to arrive in one piece. I was happy when I finally pulled up to my destination. I was completely exhausted. The rain was coming down like crazy. Honestly, it almost felt like it was following me. I was actually pretty upset when I got outside of the car and found myself standing in front of a gross and sleazy motel. There were some seedy characters standing out front, and there was not one single bit of me that wanted to spend the night there. Seeing as it was already 10 p.m. though, and I didn't have the means to stay anywhere else, I didn't really have much of a choice. I walked into the small room that would usually be called a lobby, but calling this a lobby would be an insult to lobbies everywhere. It was just a room with a guy sitting in a recliner with a laptop and a TV tray. I told him I was checking in and gave him my name. He asked if I was traveling alone, and I instinctually said yes, my first mistake. He asked for payment, and I quickly explained to him that my company was paying for it. I noticed a brief moment where he looked a little bit confused, but he wiped that look off his face within seconds and apologized. He said he'd forgotten and typed something into the computer, then told me I was good to go. I was given the key to my room and a small paper map to show how to get there. I opened the door to my room and was immediately met with this stench of cigarettes. My mom smoked when I was a kid, so the smell didn't bring back any happy memories, I'll just say. I closed and locked the door behind me. Everything in me was telling me to just turn around, get back in my car, and go home. But I like my job, and I didn't want to risk losing it. I inspected the gross comforter and ended up taking it off the bed altogether. I sat down on the sheets and decided to call my boss and ask why they put me in such a disgusting place. I knew it was late, but she and I had become pretty good friends at this point, which made me feel like calling at that hour was not completely unprofessional. The phone rang over and over, but she never answered. I left her a message and hung up the phone. I sat there in silence for a while. I didn't want to lay down in that bed or even take my shoes off. I was pretty sure I'd even noticed a blood stain on the pillowcase. I knew there was a 99% chance that if I looked to see if there were any bed bugs, I'd probably find them. After around 30 minutes of contemplating what I should do, I decided to sleep in my car instead. That would probably be better than spending any more time in that disgusting room. I grabbed my bag and exited the room as quietly as possible. I was grossed out beyond belief, but I still wanted to be courteous to the people in the rooms around me and not wake them up when I closed the door behind me. As I got outside, I was relieved to see the shady men that were standing a few doors down when I'd pulled up were no longer there. I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but being cautious is not exactly a crime either. I loaded my bag into my car and hopped in the back seat to try and get some sleep before the refresher course the next day. I don't know how long I was asleep before I was woken up by the sound of men talking not too far from where I was. I peeked out from behind the driver's seat to notice the man who'd checked me in earlier standing outside the room I'd abandoned not long before. He was talking to the two shady men I'd seen when I'd pulled up earlier. I watched and was horrified as he pulled out a key and began unlocking the door to my room. I could have tried to make excuses for what they were doing, but in that moment my heart was going so fast, it was obvious. They turned the knob slowly and crept in without turning the light on. I realized the second they figured out I wasn't in there, my car would be the first place they'd look. I'd be in some real danger then. I tried my hardest to be as quiet as possible as I climbed back into the front seat of my car. I turned the key in the ignition and heard shouting. I saw the lights going on in the room, and the three men came running out, shouting something at me in a language I didn't understand. In that moment, the car refused to start. It was completely dead. I tried it over and over, but nothing was happening. A man approached my window and told me to get out. I obviously was not planning on doing that. I took out my phone and dialed 911. Thankfully, the operator answered soon. I frantically told her what was going on, and she told me the earliest an officer could get to me was about 20 minutes. Apparently, service was delayed because of the storm. She told me she'd stay on the line with me, and I appreciated her for doing that. I just want to say that when I look back on the situation, I honestly believe she's the reason I made it through this whole ordeal alive, and I'm not more traumatized than I already was. These men were relentless. They tried everything to get access to the car. They tried breaking the windows and even got a crowbar to try and pry the door open. After 10 minutes of failing to get into the vehicle, one of the men got frustrated and jumped on the hood and started smashing the windshield with his foot. I guess in that moment my fight or flight kicked in, and my reaction was not flight. The operator reassured me I could do whatever I needed to do since my life was in immediate danger. I even remember her telling me I might have to kill these men. In that moment, I was fully prepared to end a life. I opened the door and stepped out. I don't think they had been expecting that. They leapt at me immediately. Thankfully, all three of these men were weighing about 100 pounds soaking wet. They were incredibly skinny. I like to assume they had the mentality that because they were men, they could just overpower me easily. But they were dead wrong. The first man who rushed at me, I easily threw him off balance and slammed his head against the ground. It did enough damage to ensure that he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. The second guy tried to tackle me to the ground, but he was so skinny that he couldn't move me. I grabbed him by the hair and pulled him off me best I could. His other friend had a knife. I felt it make a shallow cut into my back. The pain wasn't too bad, but the shock of it made me let go of the man I'd previously gotten a hold of. Before I knew it, I was on the ground being kicked. I was trying to protect my head, mostly out of instinct. At that moment, from my periphery, I saw the red and blue flashing lights in the distance. A feeling of relief washed over me, even as I was being beaten. I reached out my arm and grabbed one of the men by the ankle. I pulled on his leg as hard as I could, and he fell to the ground. The other man ran when he saw the police. Out of pure adrenaline and anger, I got up and started pounding the head of this now defenseless man over and over. I was hitting him so much that I was soaking wet from the rain. Blood was starting to pour down his head and onto the asphalt. I didn't even hear the officer yelling for me to stop in that moment. I just felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and got a good look at the face of the man I was beating. He was unconscious, and his face looked like ground meat. They eventually took him away in an ambulance. I was also taken to the hospital as well. The beating I took caused some serious bruises, and I had the cut on my back, but thankfully there were no major injuries. I got around 10 stitches on the wound on my back. It was not pleasant, but I was just happy to be alive. My manager ended up calling me back not long after I got out of the hospital. She was completely frantic and had no idea what I was talking about in my voicemail. She said she had booked me a really nice hotel in the same city and had no idea why I ended up where I did. She sent me the info of the correct hotel, and I realized immediately what had happened here. Both places had the exact same name but a different spelling. I ended up at the wrong place. The guy in the lobby had a confused look on his face because he actually didn't have any idea what I was talking about. He just pretended so he could check me into a room that he would have access to a single traveling female alone. The perfect target. I drove home in a rental car later that day after being discharged from the hospital. I decided to take some time off from work as well. My car was towed back into town and repaired at the expense of the company I worked for. I guess there was some serious damage done to the engine, presumably to stop me from trying to get away. And the company I worked for was actually very supportive after everything that happened. I was also pleased to find out they caught the other attacker who had run away that night. Apparently, he was hiding out at his mother's house. I was asked to come ID him, which was not the easiest thing I've ever had to do, but I did it to make sure those men couldn't hurt me or anyone else ever again. I guess it wasn't the first time something similar had happened in that motel, only they could never really prove it before my incident. Most of these guys were just some strung-out drug addicts, hence why they were so small. The trial had to be delayed due to the lockdowns, but they were all charged with attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault. They're actually awaiting trial in jail. I'm hoping for justice and for all three of those men to spend a good amount of time behind bars. I know I'm just one of the lucky ones. I don't know what I would have done or what would have happened if I was a smaller woman or if no one had come to help me. Would I even be here today? Would I even be able to tell this story? I don't know, but I am, and I'm grateful that I survived. This happened to me about a month ago in rural Michigan. I was out in a rural area on a big 5,000-acre patch of state land, doing some rabbit hunting by myself. I had been walking for 2 or 3 hours and hadn't seen a damn thing. I decided to turn back and start making my way back to where I'd parked my car. When I got back to the main trail, I basically had to walk about a mile east, then take a left and head another 2-ish miles north to get to my car. As I was walking east, though, I started to get this really unsettling feeling. Everything was just a bit quieter than usual, quiet even for a day with a decent amount of snow on the ground. The eastbound trail before the turn is a lot of small fields off to the side and hills up until a final flat stretch. As I got up one of the last hills, I looked to my left at a big field for a second, in case I saw any last-minute rabbits or coyotes. By the time I turned my head back to the path ahead, there was a guy right in front of me, about 100 yards away. He seemed to be walking away from me. Something about him didn't sit right with me, though. For one, he'd appeared out of nowhere. He also had no hiking, hunting, or camping gear, just a long-sleeve shirt and some dirty jeans, with this big beanie hat on. He was walking really strangely, not really picking his feet up, just sort of dragging them along and kicking up snow, kind of like how a kid would if he was bored, but this was a grown-ass man. On top of all of this was later in the day at almost sundown. There were no other cars in the area I'd parked when I got there, which was the only reasonable way onto this trail. There was no way this guy had driven there suddenly to take a quick hike right behind me. I kept walking a little slower, and all of a sudden the guy just stopped in place. He turned his head halfway, and I could tell he was looking at me. All of a sudden he snapped his head back and just bolted off running. This startled the shit out of me, and I stopped walking. Now I knew there was something seriously wrong with this guy. I stopped and swapped the birdshot in my shotgun to a few buckshot shells I always carried in my backpack just in case. I kept walking forward cautiously, and once I got to the turn in the trail, I looked down at the trail and the guy was nowhere to be seen. The final stretch was about 2 miles, and it was completely flat. There was no way he could have made it all the way down the trail by the time I got there, even if he was Usain Bolt. I could see the footprints of heavy boots in the snow. It was a nice trail, but the sides were covered with thick brush and deep forest. I knew this guy was hiding somewhere off to the side in the brush somewhere. That had to be the longest, most unsettling walk in my entire life. I tried to stay with his boot trail in the snow to try and get an idea of where he was, but it was lost in old prints from whatever group had hunted the trail earlier that morning. I racked a shell in the shotgun as loud as I could, in hopes he'd hear it and be deterred, but that didn't really comfort me much. When I was walking near extra heavy thickets, I could have sworn I'd heard something inside them. Even once I got back to my car, I was still in the middle of nowhere surrounded by more forest. I kept the gun loaded with me as I got inside, so I didn't have to unload it at my trunk and be exposed before I got in the vehicle and locked it. Something just felt very, very wrong with that guy, and I'm never going hunting in that area alone ever again. I remember I'd just gotten off a shift at the restaurant I used to serve at. I was having a drink at the bar and waiting to pick up some food to bring home. At that point, a random guy came up to me and started talking to me and hitting on me. I was not super interested and politely declined. I then proceeded to bike back to my apartment as usual. A couple of weeks later, I was at the same restaurant with some friends this time. That was when I saw the same guy. He told me that the first time he'd met me, he and his friend had followed me back home when I was biking. I tried to leave the bar as quickly as I could, needless to say, and I biked home as fast as possible. My coworker contacted me, saying that the man had left the bar right after I did and drove away in the same direction I headed. The next time I saw the coworker who'd messaged me, he said he was thankful to see me arrive at work alive and well. I'm glad I decided to take a different path after he sent me that message. When I was in university, I moved into an apartment by myself. I needed my internet and TV hooked up. The guy came over to hook everything up and was a little bit chatty, but generally seemed nice. Now, I hate having strangers in my place, so I was not exactly very chatty back, and I did not let the guy stick around. The next day, I was just getting out of the shower when my apartment buzzer started ringing over and over. When I answered it, there was a man I'd never seen before outside. "Hi, I'm here from Shaw. You just had TV and internet installed yesterday, and I'm here to make sure it's all working correctly." I was only wearing a towel, and I was weirded out because it was working just fine. Nobody had told me there would be a follow-up appointment either. I lied through my teeth and said, "Sorry, I have a bunch of people over right now. It's not a good time." I slammed the door in his face. I immediately called up the Shaw service and asked if they'd sent someone over. They said they did not. It really freaked me out, and I debated whether to call the police or not, but when I looked back outside, the man had already left. I was in Portland, Oregon about 6 months ago for training at work. A bunch of coworkers and I went out drinking the last night we were there. They ended up going home before me, and I found myself trying to find my own way home around 3:30 a.m. with a dead phone. There's a large homeless population in Portland, many of which I passed by sleeping on the sidewalk under various shop entrances. At one point, I came across a bus stop and what appeared to be a little old woman bent over, looking for something in her purse. I asked her which direction my hotel was in. She immediately whirled around, and I noticed her teeth were rotting. They looked as if they were sharpened at the ends, most likely from the decay. She had leathery tan skin, frizzy white hair, and these terrifying light blue eyes that were opened as wide as they would go. She let out a scream at the top of her lungs, not like a scared scream, but like a witch scream. "Don't go down that road back there. There's a man with a knife hiding, and he's not a good person. Don't go down there. He's a bad guy." She just stood there wide-eyed, then turned to a road and kept pointing, repeating that over and over and yelling. I listened for about 5 seconds before I took off in the other direction, about ready to shit my pants. I looked back down about a block away, and she was still there pointing and yelling, the most terrifying encounter I ever experienced. So I was staying at a hotel with my mom when I was around 16 years old. We were in town for a concert, and I really wanted to go swimming at the indoor pool. My mom was adamant that she didn't want to go with me. I told her that she didn't really have to, and that I could go alone perfectly fine. She was very hesitant about that though. She thought I was surely going to get nabbed by someone. I thought she was being overprotective and kind of ridiculous, honestly. I got my swimsuit on and told my mom that I was going to the pool, whether she liked it or not. She yelled at me that I was being a stubborn brat, and I slammed the door behind me. I made my way downstairs and through the hall that led to the pool. I needed a room key to get in, and I was glad that I'd remembered to take one with me. When I entered the pool room, I was kind of disappointed to see so many other people in there. There were at least 10 kids in the pool and even more adults as well. I didn't want to go back to my room though, because I knew my mom would make some snooty comment, and I just didn't really want to hear it at that moment. I set my stuff down on a nearby chair and decided to go in the deep end, away from all the smaller children. It was nice because it was a heated pool, so it wasn't freezing like it would usually be in some other places. I was hanging out for around 10 minutes or so when I noticed a man walking all alone. He was probably in his 60s, I would say. I remember feeling kind of creeped out by him just on the initial glance. He hadn't done anything, nor did he really even look at me, but he was exuding this weird sort of feeling. You know, it's that kind of feeling you get when you know someone has bad intentions without them really having to do anything. He got in the pool and made his way over to the deep end near me. He was about 5 feet away when he started making some small talk with me. He was asking me questions about school and different things I was interested in. I tried ignoring him, but he was very stubborn on getting me to talk to him. I tried politely telling him I didn't talk to strangers, but he did that thing that creeps always do. He introduced himself and then said, "Well, we aren't strangers anymore." Then he started to laugh almost like Pennywise the Clown. I was getting weirded out to the extreme and told this guy to please just leave me alone. I got out of the pool and actually decided to skip on over to the hot tub. I thought I'd be safer with some other adults around me. I was horrified to see the man immediately jump out of the pool and slip into the hot tub right next to me. He made this weird moaning sound and said the water felt so great with me in it. He also moved his leg to touch mine. I moved to the other end of the tub, and he made a face at me like he was disappointed or something. I sat there trying my best not to look at him and just enjoy being in the warm water. Of course, he had to ruin it by being a creep again. I felt someone's foot rubbing all over mine, a caressing feeling, not just an accidental touch. I couldn't see well through the water because of the jets creating the bubbles, but it was very obvious who it was that was doing this. I looked up at the man, and he had this big smirk on his face. He actually mouthed something at me that I didn't quite pick up at first, but when he did it a second time, I understood him perfectly. "How do you like that?" I stood up out of the water at that moment and yelled at him, calling him a pervert. I told the adults in the hot tub that this guy was following me around and trying to play footsie with me. Thankfully, a few of the other adult men got the man and took him out of the pool room. I thanked them, and they assured me I would be safe in there with them. Their wives also comforted me and asked if I wanted them to walk me back to my room. Of course, I was still being stubborn and didn't want to prove my mother right, so I just stayed there for another hour before they all had to leave. There were a couple of other families in there with me still, so I still felt safe. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the wall of the tub when I felt the water shift in a way that meant someone else had just gotten in. I saw the man from earlier sit down right across from me, and he gave me that same awfully creepy smirk like before. This time, though, when he whispered, it was a warning to me. He told me my room number and said that if I screamed or made any sound, he would go to my room and do something horrible to my mother. I was scared. I wanted to scream and cry, but I was also only 16, and I didn't realize I had more control over the situation than I thought I did. I sat there in silence and watched in horror as he came over and sat right next to me. He was so close I could feel his legs intertwining with my own. He set his hand on my thigh. Tears started rolling down my face. It kept building up until I realized I didn't have to just sit there and let this guy do this to me. I stood up and jumped out of that hot tub like my life depended on it. The man was still seated when I pulled my leg back, so I ended up kicking him in the back of the head as hard as I could. The other families began yelling, and one of the women came rushing over. She asked what happened, and when I explained everything, she started yelling at the now clearly concussed man. He was clearly furious. He even tried to lunge at me and attack me. I was thankful when the woman who came over leaned down and grabbed onto his hair and started to pull it hard. Another woman came out of nowhere and kicked him directly in the face. This time, and I kid you not, this dude just got knocked straight out. It turned out the woman had overheard everything. They were about to get in the hot tub and do something anyway, and that's when I decided to get up and run. I ended up running down the hall anyway and up the stairs. I banged on the hotel room door, and my mom answered. I was sobbing, and she pulled me inside. She was frantically asking me what happened. I was able to tell her what happened after a bit of calming down. When I did, she was obviously furious. She told me to stay in the room, and she'd be back. Next thing I knew, she came back with blood on her. She told me the man wouldn't be messing with anyone again. I asked her what happened, but she wouldn't tell me. The police came knocking on our door later that night. They questioned both of us about the events of that day. My mother had already changed her clothes. They never asked her about her involvement. It seems the man had been found floating unconscious, surrounded by blood in the hot tub. He survived and was arrested and taken to the hospital. We didn't get any updates on his condition. We were glad about that because we didn't really want to know. Frankly, I didn't even care. He was charged with assault of a minor. This also wasn't his first offense. And given the state we were in, I know his sentence must have been pretty long. We were just happy to get justice, not just for me, but also the other girls that he'd probably hurt in the past. My mom had a lot of extreme guilt for letting me go to the pool that day alone. I tried telling her it wasn't her fault, but I don't think there's anything I'll be able to say to make her feel better about it. I'm sad there are people in the world like that, and even sadder that most of them never get caught. So it was the summer of 2012. I was in my early 20s, living in a small town that seemed maybe a little bit stuck in the past. My group of friends and I were always trying to find new and exciting ways to spend our time together, and unfortunately, curiosity got the better of us. You see, we had heard some rumors about an abandoned hotel on the outskirts of town. We decided it might be interesting or even a little creepy to go exploring. I guess when you're bored of your mundane life, even something terrifying is better than just staying in bed all night long. Little did we know that this decision would lead to a night we would never forget. The hotel had been vacant for as long as I could remember. It was a massive, imposing building that stood at the edge of the woods, gradually being consumed back by nature. The plants surrounding it were so overgrown that it was almost hard to even find a way in. Stories about the hotel varied from person to person, but one thing that was always consistent was that you were never supposed to go there after dark. We were idiots and figured we had some kind of strength in numbers, so we packed our flashlights and headed out just as the sun was setting. It was really foggy that night. I remember my friends and I gathered at the edge of the woods. I also remember my heart was beating really fast. At that moment, I started getting second thoughts about even being there, but everyone else was so excited. I didn't want to be the one person to bring everyone else down. As we approached the hotel, our initial impression was that it was just a really eerie structure. It probably wasn't as dangerous as everyone made it seem. I even thought that maybe it was all just a scary story, like your parents would tell you to actually keep you from going there. The windows were all shattered, and the once grand entrance was now just this big gaping hole. The graffiti-covered walls and overgrown bushes added to the already creepy vibe I was getting. We cautiously entered the building, flashlights in hand. The inside of the lobby was filled with torn-up old furniture and faded wallpaper, peeling away from the walls. We talked to each other about how it must have looked like when it was still open, and how weird it was that everything had just been left there to rot. We explored the ground floor, poking our heads into dark rooms. My friends started telling ghost stories to try and freak the rest of us out. Every creaking floorboard made us jump, but we laughed it off as we made our way up the steps to the next floor. Once we were on the second floor, we stumbled upon some things that made it obvious we weren't the only ones who'd ventured into that place. Sleeping bags, empty food cans, scattered belongings. It made it clear there were probably some people squatting there. It was disconcerting to not be alone, but not entirely unexpected either. After all, an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere where you wouldn't have to worry about police would be the perfect place to stay if you were homeless or down on your luck. We decided to skip this area and move to the third floor, then onto the fourth as well. We'd heard the fourth floor was the spookiest anyway, so we wasted no time getting up there. The higher we ascended, the more damage we noticed around. The floorboards were falling apart, and the building just seemed more sketchy up there. We were making our way through the different rooms, trying to be careful and not fall through the floor or something. That was when I started to feel as though someone was watching us. I dismissed the feeling at first. I thought it was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. I mean, I'm sure anyone exploring a creepy abandoned location would probably feel the same way. As we reached the top floor, we discovered an open door that led out to a rooftop patio. It was a spectacular view, but something was off here. We all got very quiet. Then, as clear as day, we heard a muffled conversation coming from a nearby room. Our hearts started racing, and we cautiously approached that room. I started to beg my friends to just come with me, and that we could all leave right now. but they were determined to find out if there were other people there. The door was slightly ajar. We peeked in, and inside there were 3 men sitting around a small table. It was pretty obvious these guys were getting ready to do some substances of some sort. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but they were clearly startled to see us there. For a moment, we all froze. My friend Alex stepped forward and tried to strike up a conversation, explaining that we had only come to explore the building. He was met with silence, and I could feel the tension in the room growing thicker. One of the men finally spoke up, and his gross voice was filled with hostility. "You shouldn't have come here." His words sent a shiver down my spine. I realized we were finding ourselves in a dangerous situation, far beyond what I'm sure any of us could handle. This was their home, and to them, we were the trespassers. One of the other men was visibly agitated. He pulled out a knife and started to rush towards Alex with it. He managed to back away fast enough to avoid getting stabbed. The other 2 men got up quickly to back up their friend, though. Alex yelled at us to run. We all started sprinting down the steps. The wood crumbled as each of us ran, one after another. Alex was in the back, and the 3 men were not far behind. Just as we were nearing the bottom floor, Alex tripped and fell down a flight of stairs. I watched in horror as he landed with a thud on the lobby floor. He seemed to have been knocked unconscious. We were all screaming. His girlfriend Beth rushed over to him. We stood between him and the 3 men, but my mind was telling me we were all going to die that night. I looked at the men and wondered what was going to happen next. To my surprise, one of the men spoke up. "I hope your friend isn't hurt. We weren't trying to hurt you, we just wanted to scare you a little bit. We do it with all these damn kids coming into our house here." He put his knife away. "We just didn't want y'all coming back, that's all. Get your friend and get out of here. We're really sorry, just don't send anybody back here, alright?" I was looking into their eyes and the little bit of light we had, and realized that they were just as scared as we were. I knew that they were telling the truth, and really weren't there to hurt us. It was one of those wrong place, wrong time moments. If anyone was at fault, it was us. We should have just stayed away from that place to begin with. The 3 men ran back up the stairs. I looked back down at Alex, who now had his head in Beth's lap. She was begging for him to wake up. None of us had phone service, and we quickly realized we would have to carry him all the way back to the car. Thankfully, it wasn't too far, just at the edge of the woods. We were still an hour away from the nearest hospital, but we really had no other options. The car ride was hard, and Alex didn't wake up during the whole ride to the hospital. When we finally made it inside, they immediately took him to the back. Apparently, he had a brain bleed. When he woke up about a week later, he realized he couldn't feel the lower portion of his body. He had been permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Beth begged us to go to the police about what happened. She was furious over the permanent challenges Alex would have to face for the rest of his life. After talking to the rest of our friends, we decided to leave the decision up to him. He decided against reporting them to the police. The only thing it would do was ruin their lives, and one altered life was enough for a mistake. They never meant to hurt him in the first place, and he knew that. He was released from the hospital a few weeks later, and struggled with his disability for a long time. Beth decided to end their relationship not long after. She didn't understand why he refused to report the man to the police, and that decision was the reason they broke up. We were all just happy that even out of the relationship, she honored his decision and kept quiet about the events of that night. It's been a little over 11 years, and not all of us are still close friends. Alex and I actually ended up falling in love and getting married later on. Beth is still friends with all of us, although not as close as we once were. Alex doesn't let his life be defined by his disability. That night really changed our lives forever. So, long story short, I was kidnapped. It wasn't something I'd ever expect to happen to me, but it did, and it was the most horrific thing I've ever been through. The memories of that day have stayed with me for even years later. Now, I feel like I should give some background here. I was 25 and I had just quit my job. It was a boring cubicle job that made me feel like a part of me was just dying inside. No offense to anyone with a similar job, mind you. It's just that mine was so boring and so monotonous that I actually started to just kind of hate my life more and more every time I went in there. I hated it so much I quit without even giving 2 weeks' notice. I just booked a plane out of the country that left the next week and packed a small bag of essentials, then set off to do a solo backpacking trip. I don't want to mention the country I went to because I don't believe it's an inherently unsafe place to visit, and I don't want this story to hurt its reputation in some way. I got off the plane and headed to the hostel I had booked the day before. I walked in and it was gross like all the reviews had said it would be, but I couldn't afford anything else in that particular country. I got into my bed and fell asleep. I was really hoping that one good night's sleep would get rid of the jet lag and I would be able to function properly the next day. I woke up at around 5 a.m., which wasn't too bad. I wanted to sleep in a little bit later, but my brain just wouldn't let me. I got out of bed and grabbed my backpack and headed out for the day. The goal was to try some of the local street food. I'd watched a lot of videos about how great it was in that country and figured it would be one of the safer things I could do as a solo traveler. I spent most of the morning trying to find somewhere that was serving food early, but didn't have much luck. Throughout the day, I'd noticed a lot of the locals staring at me as I walked down the streets of their country completely alone. At around 2 p.m., I found a vendor along a busy street that was selling a type of fruit I'd never tried before. I bought some and sat on the curb a few feet away. The fruit tasted amazing, but after a couple of minutes, something seemed really off. I started to feel nauseous and had this feeling of being intensely tired. I tried to stand up. I thought maybe walking around would help, but when I lifted myself off the curb, my legs felt like jello beneath me. I fell back down and started to call out for help. I was going to black out, and I knew it. I knew it was going to be pretty bad, considering that I was completely alone and no one was ever going to come help me. Just before my eyes closed, I saw people pull up in front of me. The door to a vehicle opened, and a couple of men got out and stood beside me. It was at that point I lost all memory. I woke up in what looked to be a relatively nice hotel room. There were 2 beds, a large flat-screen TV, and a large bay window that looked out onto the city. I could tell we were in a room high up in the building, so there wouldn't be an option to escape through the windows. I looked around the room to try and see if there was anyone else in there. I was sitting next to the dresser and couldn't see the door that led out onto what I'm assuming was the hallway. I spoke out. "Is anyone there?" "Be quiet. He'll hear you. It's better if he thinks you're asleep." I could hear the voice that answered me, but I couldn't see the person who'd said it. I knew it appeared to be a woman, and she seemed to have a slight accent. "Who's he?" Now I was desperate to know more, but she just shushed me immediately. "Just be quiet. We'll both get in trouble for talking." I stopped. I was confused and scared, but I knew well enough to listen to someone when they said I'll get hurt for making noise. My hands were tied behind my back. I shifted side to side while I tried to get free. I made a couple of thumping sounds, but I stopped the second I started to hear footsteps. They were coming from the bathroom. Just before the door opened, the girl offered me one more warning. "Pretend you're still asleep. He only likes to play when you're awake." I closed my eyes and tried to calm my breath. What she had just said to me made my heart beat faster than it ever had, though. Sitting there on that hotel floor, I wished so badly I had never quit my job and I had just stayed and worked at that depressing cubicle, because at least then I wouldn't be here, wondering what was about to happen. Was I about to be tortured? Was I about to die? In the next few minutes, I heard the bathroom door open. Footsteps vibrated on the floor, and I felt the person get closer to me. With each step they took, I wanted to scream. I felt a hand placed on my shoulder. They shook me hard, but I kept my eyes closed and continued to pretend to be unconscious. They shook me harder and harder, to the point where it even began to hurt, but I was determined to live, determined to never find out what that woman meant by play with me. When they realized I wasn't going to wake up, I knew that whoever this was going to her next. He moved further away from me. I listened as he began to shake her violently. She was not able to keep up the act and yelled out in pain. I couldn't help but open my eyes to see what was going on. There was this large and heavy man. I was scared as I watched him grab up a woman and carry her away. She was some petite woman, dirty and disheveled, and she looked like she had been there for quite a long time. The man's back was turned toward me. As he took her to the bathroom, she looked me in the eyes and mouthed 2 words at me. "Get out." The door closed behind them. Hearing her beg him not to hurt her made me want to cry. Loud music started to play behind the door, and I knew if I was ever going to get a chance to escape, it was this moment. I was able to stand up by leaning my back against the wall and sliding myself upward. Once I was on my feet, I quietly made my way over to the door. There was one lock, and I had one chance to open it and run for my life. I wasn't sure if the man was going to be able to hear the door open, but if he could, I had to act fast. I actually had to grab the lock between my teeth and try to turn it until I heard it click. I turned around and grabbed the handle with my hands still tied behind my back. The door opened, and the music in the bathroom immediately stopped. I knew at that moment I needed to run. The bathroom door opened, and the man began yelling. I sprinted down the hallway and managed to slip into an elevator. There were people inside looking at me with wide eyes. I was begging them to get help, to call the police, but not one of them could understand what I was saying. The elevator stopped in the lobby. I ran to the front desk. Thankfully, there was someone there who understood what I was saying. They were able to cut my wrists loose and put me in one of the offices in the back, where I waited 20 minutes for local authorities to arrive. I was questioned by a few officers who had a hard time understanding me. I led them to the room I was being kept in. When they opened the door and searched the room, the man and the woman were gone. In that moment, I felt heartbroken, but not for me. I wanted desperately to help her. She looked so scared and broken. I really thought she'd still be in there, and maybe I could help her. They found my backpack in one of the drawers and basically told me I could just leave. No investigation was going to be done, considering I guess there was no evidence. The hotel had no security cameras, and they couldn't just go off my word. I headed straight from the hotel to the airport and got on the next flight I could home. I didn't want to spend one more night in that country. I arrived home and decided to stay with my parents for quite some time. I gave up my apartment and spent well over a year too terrified to even leave the house. I couldn't even sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I thought of that woman again. I tried going to the authorities in my country, but they also said there was nothing they could do. I felt helpless. I wish I could say in the end that my life got better and I learned something from this experience, but that would be a lie. I had crippling anxiety and can barely function outside the house. I only started to grocery shop for myself again just this past year. I'm 28 now, and I still live with my parents. I work from home doing a job that requires no human interaction. I wish I would have kept that job and had a boring life. Anything would be better than the hell I'm living through right now. We were called at 2 a.m. to a little town in the hills away from our area. Someone had called with chest pain, and said they needed an ambulance ASAP. It took us a while to get up there because the road weaved around the mountainside and had no railings for protection. We drove into the area, and there were no lights on at all, except for a phone box lit up on the street. The address was actually a little ways out on the other side of town, about 3 kilometers or so. When we got to the street that had been indicated, we found no street numbers anywhere. It was very hard to see where we were going, but we soon found a shack hidden behind some trees. The GPS seemed to point to this being the general area we were supposed to go. We pulled up and knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again. After about a minute, a woman stepped in from the edge of the door, dressed in all white and not saying a word. She stood there with her nose pressed against the screen, her eyes extremely wide. I asked if she had called for an ambulance, and she shook her head rapidly. I asked if anyone else had. I could see another figure in white standing further back in the house. No lights were turned on, and no one was saying a word. We got back into the ambulance and kept searching. We drove down to the end of the road, which ended in a property with this huge house. The yard was full of old cars. No lights were on in the house. We tried to call and radio our communications center, but we were unable to get to them due to the remote location. We drove back into town and decided to use the phone booth to call communications about this. We got a hold of them and they told us they had no further information for us. We'd have to just look around. As directed, we drove back down the road and tried to get another look for the caller. We couldn't find anything matching the house description we'd been given. We had trouble even finding any driveways at all. Finally, we got all the way to the end of the street and looked up into the huge house at the end of the road again. This time, a single light was on in the front room, and standing out, looking away from us into darkness, was a figure dressed all in black with this huge pointed hood. We waited, terrified, to see if this was the caller. They didn't move despite us doing everything we could to get their attention. After what seemed like forever, we just drove away from that house, up the road and through town, back down the curling mountain roads until we got back on the highway. Neither of us really knew what to make of what was going on there. Once we arrived back into mobile phone range, we called the communications center to explain that we couldn't find the patient despite further searches. The lady on the other end of the phone explained that they'd tried to reach the caller again but were unable to do so despite trying many times. They ended up tracing the call and found it came from the phone booth in town. I hung up the phone and we both sat silently for the ride home. At that point, my partner asked me if I believed in the devil. I told her I don't really know. So about 3 years ago, I was taking a year off from college. I was back in my tiny hometown in the Midwest. I had lots of friends in the area, and we used to love to go out to groves, abandoned buildings, anywhere else really to shoot coons, skunks, possums, and the occasional coyote. Yes, it was a pretty redneck pastime, but we also got paid for it. One night, I think around late March or early April, springtime was right around the corner, as there was still snow on the ground. 6 of us went to an old abandoned house, a decent ways away from town. As we drove up to this location, it looked like your average abandoned house. Tall grass all over the yard, including the driveway, broken windows, etc. As we all got out of the truck, we noticed there was a female mannequin's head tied by her hair on a windowsill on the 2nd story. We ignored this weird sight and started moving to the front door, which we quickly discovered was locked. Now, this is where I usually like to call it and find somewhere else to go, but one of our friends crawled through a broken window and let us inside. Right off the bat, something was wrong here. Although there was no furniture or anything else to show a person was occupying the house in quite a long time, there was also no dust at all. I pointed out this discrepancy and was told to stop being a little wuss by my friends. We walked through the main floor and didn't really find anything. Then we checked out the basement. The basement was full of these mason jars, easily 1,000 of them or more. I said something was definitely up here and we should get out of there. Once again, my friends told me to man up. They even acted out and smashed a few of the jars before I convinced them to stop that and just go upstairs if they wanted to. We climbed back up to the main floor, then to the second story. When we got to the top level, I split off from the rest of the group. I pulled out a knife and cut that weird mannequin head down. I was looking at it in my hand when my friends called out to me and told me to check out what they'd found. I ran to them and found 3 sleeping bags, some old bikes, lots of shoes, and some Mountain Dew bottles. This is where we all decided it would be best to get out of here. Once we were out of the house, we waited by our pickup truck while we decided where to go next. We figured no one was at the house at the time, so maybe we could do a quick sweep of the barn and corn crib and then leave. We went to the barn and shed a quick light in on it, but didn't really see anything of interest inside. We headed for the corn crib instead. I'm not sure why, but I was walking alone to the crib, with one friend following me by about 15 feet. The others had decided to stay at the shed for some reason. I was getting close to it, and had my eyes on my gun, checking it over to make sure everything was right with it, when my friend shouted, "Holy shit, did you see that? I just saw something move through the window on the second story." He ran up to me. I took out a flashlight and shined it at the window. I didn't see anything, but a weird glint of light caught my eye on the main story. I shined my light over to the main floor of the crib and was surprised to find blood everywhere. I'm getting goosebumps all over just typing this. When I mean blood, I don't just mean a little bit of it. There was blood running down the wall from the second story, all over the wall, even starting to drip and pool on the floor. We got the hell out of there ASAP. Later that year, in June or so, I told that story to a girl I liked. She didn't seem to believe me. I ended up getting into my truck and driving to that house in the middle of the day, just to prove that it really did happen. I put my high beams on the crib without ever leaving the truck. I was surprised to find that the dried blood was still clearly visible right there. There was a huge amount of it too, more than I even remembered. The summer after, the barn next to the corn crib burned down. The sheriff's department said a moonshine installment had gone wrong, and people operating it fled the area. I still have no idea why there was so much blood there. It wasn't even mentioned in the report at all. This is not a paranormal story, which seems to be the trend here, but this is by far the most creeped out I've ever been. I, 27 and female, was hooking up a TV for an old man I know, who was 63 years old at the time. After I finished plugging everything in, I asked him to turn it on and put on NASCAR so I could make sure the aspect was right. He turned on IFC, which was playing some softcore. He proceeded to watch it and asked me if I'd seen this movie and if I knew what it was about. I looked over and saw a chick getting railed from behind on the screen. I responded with, "Yeah, I think I get the gist of it, but hey, how about that NASCAR?" He went to the guide and went down a couple of channels and put on this thing called Cleveland Abduction. It was a weird scene, and he asked me if I had seen this one. He said he'd seen it many times, and it was so good. He started telling me how it's about 3 kidnapped girls being kept as sex slaves. At this point, I was freaking out, texting everybody where I was. Honestly, I thought I was about to be raped and killed or something. I at least wanted them to know where to start looking for my body. The man watched the entire scene. while constantly asking me questions about it. I just kept trying to get him to change the channel, and then said I needed to get going because I had friends waiting. He agreed to change the channel, but only changed it to some other weird thing. I texted my friend, 911, call me now. She called up and acted like she was at the hospital and said I had to get there right now. At this point, the man looked between me and the door many times. He finally typed in the channel for NASCAR, which proved he knew what he was doing all along. I just got the hell out of there. It was the creepiest interaction I've ever had. I'm not sure what the old man's plan was, but I'm sure I really wanted no part of it. Okay, so back when I was in college, there were a number of break-ins reported from various apartment complexes that all lined a single street. You could easily walk from one complex to another in just a few minutes. A lot of these units had large back porches that you shared with your neighbor. The kicker is that below the porches there were these big air conditioner-like things. You could easily climb up onto these things and hop up onto the porch. Since a lot of college kids left their doors unlocked, it was incredibly easy to get into someone's apartment. The reports were all from women who awoke in the middle of the night, sometimes even during storms, to find a man just standing over their bed watching them sleep. If you woke up, he would run out of the home. I thought it was creepy, but I didn't really think that much of it. I was taking a summer astronomy class, and it was a lecture followed by a lab. Since we needed it to be nighttime to do the lab, often I wouldn't get home until around 12 p.m. or so. It was a 5-hour class in total, so I would often go home and go to bed, completely exhausted. One night I did this as normal. None of my other 3 roommates were there at home at the time. The next morning I woke up to my roommate telling me the cops were there and they wanted to talk to me. I went downstairs. Apparently last night they had caught the man during a break-in, lurking around our apartment complex. They asked the man to show him all the places he had broken into. Apparently he pointed to mine. It was then my roommate told us he came home late last night and the back door was wide open. We think he was trying to enter as my roommate came home, and upon hearing my roommate, hurried out the back door without closing it. It didn't even occur to me until much later, though, that wasn't the only night unaware to me that he had entered our home and watched me sleep. My favorite hobby is fishing. Sometimes when I'm targeting a certain kind of fish, and that fish happens to be more active at night, I have no problem staying out all night to catch them. Luckily, in my town, there aren't many places where you're prohibited to fish. In fact, there are popular fishing spots all around. So when I'm fishing alone, I don't get particularly worried or frightened, even at night. Every now and then, another angler will turn up to keep me company. I had been fishing in the same spots for years now, and I wanted a bit of a change. I wanted to find a new place, give me a bit of a thrill, discovering a new spot with the chances of catching something brand new. Walking around relying on my headlamp alone for light in the dark, it was peaceful until one night. I spent a couple of hours searching for a new place to fish online. I had worked that day until around 5 p.m. I had all my tackle and gear in my car already, so I was ready to just go straight after work ended. The night started to draw in as I headed for a new spot I'd discovered. The spot I'd found was a small embankment located right behind an abandoned factory. Because this factory had been abandoned for a number of years now, the building was quite dilapidated, and some parts of it were decaying and had collapsed already. Weeds grew high all around it. It was difficult to make my way through the grounds. It was hard to see where I was going. There were no street lights on in this area, obviously, so I had to rely on the use of my headlamp. As I groped through the weeds toward the embankment, I pushed through all the brush until suddenly it ended with a sharp drop-off into the water below. I nearly even fell in myself. I had reached my destination. I could see the embankment a little bit a ways. I found a gap in a fence nearby with a "Do Not Enter" sign that was covered in rust. The width of the gap must have been about a meter or so. I crept through and I could finally see the whole embankment in all its glory. It was then, for the first time though, that I saw a silhouette of something. A person. He looked like he had beige work clothes on and looked middle-aged, approaching elderly. He was sat on a blue cooler box with a rod in hand. It was a narrow spot, so I took the initiative. It's just manners, really, no matter where you are or why you're fishing. I decided to approach him and strike up some good small talk to let him know I was there. "Good evening, sir. How's it going?" He didn't react at all. Didn't move, didn't twitch a muscle. I was only about 50 meters away from him. I would have expected him to have heard me. I thought it was a bit strange he didn't respond at all. It wasn't like I'd mumbled or something. His silhouette was dark. I couldn't clearly see him. I felt a bit anxious for a moment, but I tried not to let it bother me too much. My purpose of going there was to fish, not make friends, so I didn't really care. I wasn't going to let that ruin my night. I started to fish, and I was concentrating. About an hour had passed by before I even realized. I was focused on my rod, watching the sea level, watching my lure. It was as if there was nothing else there but me and my hobby. It was in March, and it was in early spring that year. It was really warm even at night. I started to sweat all over. I couldn't stand the heat anymore. I went to take my life jacket off so I could take my shirt off. That was when I noticed something strange. The man had disappeared. Not just him, but his cooler box, his rug. There was just empty darkness left where he had been. He had disappeared. Did he fall into the water or something? I rushed to the edge and peered down with my headlamp's light, illuminating the dark water. There was no trace of the man. It wasn't even 10 o'clock, but a thick fog had rolled in suddenly. I sensed that something was kind of weird here. I began to panic. I started to sweat, and shivers crept up my mind. I heard strange gurgling noises coming from an area of water nearby. I couldn't bear to be there anymore. I ran as fast as I could and pushed my way through the weeds until I arrived back at my car. If I continued fishing like nothing had happened, the thick fog would have enveloped me. I might have easily lost my footing and fell into the water myself. In fact, I wondered if that's what happened to that man. When the thought occurred to me, I shuddered in my car. Since the incident, I quit going to strange places with no entry zones, especially at night. However good it sounds or whatever fish there might be, it might be a dangerous area if the conditions are right. I was working in a large assisted living facility for a few years. I absolutely loved my job. I worked with the elderly mostly, but I had become a highly requested assistant and got moved all around. The dementia ward, the short-term rehab ward, the stroke ward, all over the place. Being a people person, I really didn't mind. I liked going the extra mile in my job and getting to know my patients and their families on a more personal level. I felt like it made me a better CNA. It wasn't uncommon for me to be assigned to the more difficult patients because I could typically handle them without much problem. It was a regular day. My charge nurse had mentioned that we would be getting a few new admits, and I didn't think much of it. Everything went routinely, and we got them all settled into their rooms and stuff. One patient in particular was already being a handful and tried to escape a few times. We needed to move him to the secured unit. I could hear him yelling and cussing out everyone, telling them they were all idiots and that it was unnecessary to be doing all of this. A few of the nurses suggested I go and try and calm him down, so of course I said yes. I put on my most charming smile and waltzed on over, asking him what exactly was the problem. He immediately seemed to take a liking to me and calmed down. He told me nobody there knew how to do their job, and he wanted some damn food already. I told him dinner would be served soon, and I'd make sure to bring his tray to him. He cooperated with everyone as long as I was around, took his meds, took a shower, settled into bed no problem. Once my shift was over though, he immediately started acting up again, and he ended up needing one-on-one supervision. Different staff members would take turns monitoring him, and eventually I had to as well. It was an easy day's work for me. Get him an ice cream here and there, watch some TV, I didn't really mind at all. He told me a bit about his life and asked about mine as well. Mostly if I liked what I do and how come I'd never worked in the security unit. I told him I usually had my own group of patients in the front I had to look after, but I'd make an effort to drop in and see him when I could. At first, the rest of the staff thought it was great. They would call for me if he started acting out and everything would get fine. But then he started getting a little bit too attached. He started saying he wouldn't do anything unless I was there at all times, which of course I couldn't be, since I was needed elsewhere. While I floated to different wards often, the secured unit was one of the ones I spent the least amount of time in. He started to get real mad, saying I needed to make more of an effort to see him and that I wasn't trying hard enough. I tried to explain to him that technically he was not even my patient, and I couldn't spend my entire work shift just hanging out with him, and that's when things started getting really bad. He started lashing out more, yelling and screaming at everyone. He was becoming violent with not only the staff, but other patients as well. He was a real liability. I had to drop something off in the security unit one day, and one of the other CNAs told me he had been asking for me. I popped my head in, and he started saying things like, "There's my girl." I felt uneasy, but remained calm on the outside. He was in a good mood, and I didn't want to be the one to set him off for everyone else. He gave me this big hug and kissed me, immediately making me feel queasy. I kind of laughed it off and got myself out of there as quickly as possible. After that, I avoided the secured unit at all costs. He started telling the other nurses he wanted only me to take care of him, and when they said it wasn't possible because that wasn't my ward, he started going to my bosses and the heads of the facility, trying to convince them to make me his caretaker. Luckily, my bosses had my back and told him there was no way I could be assigned back there due to my high demand in other areas. He didn't like hearing that. He started threatening everyone, saying they would be real sorry, and this wasn't the end of that, and so on. My boss called me into the office as soon as I walked into work the next day and explained that I wasn't allowed anywhere near that wing and to avoid all contact with this guy. Well, I surely had no problem with that. I went about my day. He would start banging on all the doors, demanding to be let out, and saying he needed to see me. My anxiety was through the roof. I even called out a few times because I didn't want to be anywhere near this guy. The facility was working fast to get him out of there because they had reason to believe I could possibly be in danger due to his escalating violent behavior. On top of all of that, it didn't help that some of the other staff members were whispering behind my back, saying I'd let this all happen, and I was always flirting with him, a bunch of other ugly things as well. Eventually, they did get him discharged, and I felt a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. Other than people still talking about me behind my back, of course, I felt like I could get back to doing my job properly. I didn't let the experience change the way I treated the rest of my patients with open arms and an open heart. Things started to get back to normal, or so I thought. One of my days off, I got a call from my coworker. She told me he had called the facility asking specifically for me. She told him I wasn't in for work that day, and he tried to get my schedule. I'd dealt with someone stalking me before, so I immediately started to shut down. She told me she had already informed our boss, and I should go to the heads of the facility when I came back to work the next day. That's what I did. I expressed my feelings and told them it made me nervous that he'd called for me. She told me it wasn't just the one time either. They were receiving phone calls non-stop from him, asking when I would be in, and that if they didn't tell him my schedule, he was going to go over there himself and find out one way or another. We had to take a plan of action in case he did show up. They even suggested changing me to a different shift time because he knew I worked mid-afternoon and evenings. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere by myself and had to be picked up and dropped off at work. While I waited for my ride, I had to wait inside the building and have someone escort me in and out. The calls continued, and finally they had to threaten legal action. They had a huge meeting with the entire staff of the facility. I felt humiliated, knowing all the whispers and snide comments would come flooding back, but luckily I got more support than hate. The calls started to slow down, and my true friends at work stood up for me when I wasn't there to defend myself. I started to get back into my routine once again and started feeling like my usual old perky self. One of my bosses called me into the office one day with a big smile on her face. "I don't think he'll be bothering you anymore. He's in jail for violating parole." I was over the moon. My nightmare was coming to an end. A month or so later-ish, this was a while ago, so I can't exactly remember how long, I was at work getting people ready for bed when suddenly everyone started talking and whispering like crazy. My phone was ringing off the hook, so I finally took a call from one of my charge nurses. She told me the guy had been killed in jail and to check out the article she'd just sent me. I learned he had an incredibly violent history, including child abuse, neglect, other unspeakable things, domestic abuse, robbery, many violent offenses. My boss asked how I was feeling. I told him I couldn't really say. I was a bit sad, but I wasn't surprised that his temper and his mouth had gotten him into some trouble. I've left that facility since then and moved on to bigger things. I sleep soundly at night, knowing someone like that can never bother anyone again. Two years ago, my SO and I found the perfect place to rent. It was a small tract of fabricated homes. The neighborhood was nice. It was quiet, which for two college seniors wanting out of the noisy dorms was pretty much heaven. Now, because this was Arizona and it was prefab houses, most of the folks that lived in our neighborhood were 60 or older, save a few of them. To our left was Sandra and David, a really nice couple in their early 60s, both retired postal workers. They spent summers in Maine and winters here. To our right, Carol, a 40-something who supposedly owned her own home business. She looked like she was perpetually sucking on a lemon. She was just kind of off. At first, she would occasionally join my SO for a smoke on the porch, or if we barbecued with Dave or Sandy, we would invite her over. To say she was awkward would be putting it lightly. We suspected that maybe she was on the spectrum, perhaps. We would be eating, and then she would just randomly start describing how her mother died a slow, agonizing death. Or she would randomly begin explaining her latest yeast infection in great detail. I kid you not. Sometimes I would work out on our porch. I had a small bench with a bar and some weights. One day I was lifting, when I almost dropped the bar on my neck in surprise. Leaning over me was Carol. "You know, I could have snapped your neck like a twig if I wanted to," she mumbled. I sat up confused. "Pardon?" I asked. "I said you really could have hurt yourself," she said. I doubted what I'd heard, chalking it up to not hearing her correctly the first time, but she had this weird smirk on her face. After that, I tried my best to ignore her. However, I had not told my SO my suspicions that maybe old Carol here was a bit absolutely insane. I came home from class one evening, and my SO and Carol were on the porch. I went inside because I was coming down with something and just wanted to go to bed. My SO came in and told me she was going to her job. She worked nights as a dispatcher for the campus police. I was real out of it. She kissed me goodnight and said she'd lock up the house and see me in the morning. Around 1 a.m., I wake up covered in sweat. I went to go get a glass of water and started drinking it. That was when I looked over and saw my SO on the couch, or at least who I assumed to be my SO. I was so out of it I just crawled back into bed and fell asleep. The next morning I woke up. My SO walked in the door telling me that work last night had been real crazy. "Wait, what? You weren't at work, you were here." She looked at me funny, and I got a sick feeling in my gut. Fever or no fever, I knew someone had been sitting on that couch. My SO wrote it off as a fever dream. The house had been locked up when she left. I forgot about it, life went on, and graduation was approaching. Things with my side of the family, well, specifically my egg donor, went badly. Long story. My SO was offered a job back in her home state of New York, so we gave notice to our landlord. We let Sandy and Dave know, and one night we told Carol as well. She gave us this blank stare, then headed back to her house without saying a word. We just brushed it off as her being weird as usual. That night we were asleep when I heard a creaking coming from the living area. I sat up. My SO heard it too. She grabbed my arm, and I grabbed the metal bat under our bed. "Who's there?" I asked. The door thudded. Thank God it was locked. My SO dialed 911. Meanwhile, I was watching as someone attempted to recreate the door scene from The Shining. Except instead of a big axe, whoever was doing it was using a small hatchet. They were making progress on the door though, as it was pretty much hollow. The 6 minutes it took for police to get there felt like a lifetime. I could see each time the hatchet's tip breached through the door. Suddenly, we heard the cops tell someone to put their weapon down. I had no idea who it was until we were led out of our place. As we were leaving, there on the couch in cuffs was Carol. We learned after that she had been in and out of jail. Supposedly, she'd gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs after long-term meth use. She was arrested and charged with breaking and entering and destruction of property. They tried to get her on attempted assault, but she made a plea deal that included some kind of psychiatric treatment. I never could prove she was in my place the day I was sick, but I was sure it was her. As we were moving, I was messing around with our storage space, really a crawl space underneath the home. We had never used it. Curious, I crawled around underneath there and saw that if you kicked hard enough, you could get the screen that led to the outside off easily. Who knows how many times she might have been in our place or underneath our house listening to us. We still keep in touch with Sandy and Dave. The unit Carol rented was sold, though, and they haven't seen her since she was carted off to jail. Thankfully, we're now thousands of miles away, and we'll never have to see her again. This happened yesterday, while both of my parents were at work. For context, my dad's a mailman, and my mom is an RV saleswoman that's always on her feet. Neither can pick up their phone very quickly. I do have an older brother, but he's at college 2 hours away, so he's not really an actor in this story. I was sitting in the living room with my dog, a fairly big German shepherd but can't really do much harm. That was when I heard what sounded like people talking out in the hallway. This wasn't that unusual. I live on the 3rd floor of an apartment, and there's a really noisy family right next door that likes to bring over their friends a lot. This was also a Saturday, so it's not like I was expecting pure quiet or anything. I obviously just ignored the talking. It was not that loud, and I had my headphones on. All of a sudden, though, my dog perked up and walked toward the door with an alert posture. The hair on his back was sticking right up, which usually never happened. I got concerned and took my headphones out. That's when I heard the voices from before. I could now clearly recognize 2 adult men yelling very loudly in the apartment hallway. I got a bit freaked out, so I pushed my dog away from the door. I double-checked to make sure it was locked and crept towards it to peek out and make sure they weren't near my place. When I looked out the peephole, I couldn't see either of them, and because the only blind spot in my peephole is directly to the right, I knew these must be my neighbors. As I was leaning against it, the whole front door started shaking. The men were banging on the neighbor's door and still yelling things, calling them a shit-talking motherfucker. It's at this point I grabbed my dog and tried to pull him into my room while I tried to call my dad. Luckily, he picked up in just a few rings. He told me I should just stay in my room and be quiet, and they would go away all on their own. It'll become very obvious that my dad gives really bad advice. I did stay in my room for the most part, but I called my best friend just to have someone on the phone because my dad couldn't stay on. My room was the furthest from the door, so they definitely wouldn't have heard me whispering to my friend about the situation. After about 5 minutes, I didn't hear the banging anymore. I told my friend I was going to check and see if I could notice anything. When I got out of my room, I didn't hear any more sounds, so I got closer to the door. I looked out the peephole, and I could see one of them pacing. All I can remember is that he was bald, tall, and white. I freaked out again. I started creeping back to my room when I heard one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This threw me into a full-blown panic attack. My identical apartment door was 5 feet away from my neighbor's. All the others were right down the hallway. If they didn't know the exact number, and obviously weren't scared to bang an apartment door down midday, they would probably come to my door next. Again, I pulled my dog into my brother's room, since it had a lock, and camped out there. I waited for about 10 minutes before I heard the banging calm down again, and I couldn't hear any talking from my position. I was texting my friend who also lived in the complex what was happening. That it was finally stopping. That's when the banging started again, this time on my door. They went through the same routine, but this time they were much more aggressive. I could hear them slamming, kicking, and hitting my door, all while yelling for some guy I didn't know to come out. I later confirmed with my brother, and he told me there was no way he could have been involved with this, especially because he's 19 and those men had to have been at least 25. I called my dad again, and in his panic he told me to leave my room and tell them there were no guys in my apartment, that I'm just a girl all alone. I told him instead of that I was going to call 911. I knew they weren't just looking to break down a door. They were targeting some guy they thought did them dirty. I didn't want to go out there. Even if they were looking for some guy, I didn't know if they had weapons, and in their enraged state, they might just call bullshit. Number 2, I was a high school freshman girl. I'm 5'4", 116 pounds, and quite frankly have zero fight in me. I would stand no chance against 2 adult men at my door, and even if that's not what they were there for originally, letting them know I was a teen girl home alone was not the best idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door as I called 911 with my dog in tow, who I tried to keep quiet this whole time. During this situation, I made sure to try and be as quiet as possible. I'm pretty sure they didn't know anyone was home, even though they said, "We know you're in there," during their yelling. I was on the phone with 911 for a few minutes before I heard light knocking at my door. I was in such shock I didn't even know the banging had stopped. The operator said it was the cops, so I ended the call and answered the door. The officers told me the guys took off as they arrived. They asked me a few questions about family members who were male and if they could have any correlation with this, but it was discovered nobody did. It was a hot summer's day, and my mom took my siblings and I to play in a stream at a park where people often went for walks or fishing. It was very isolated though, and there was hardly ever many people around. My siblings and I were enjoying splashing in the water, and we even caught a few fish as well. Everything was going great, and we came here quite often. That was until off in the distance, we heard a twig break and noticed a group of men coming towards us. We thought they must have been going for a walk or maybe wanted to go fishing as well, so we didn't really pay that much attention to them. We continued what we were doing, but eventually they started coming closer to us. They also began to do this strange circling in pattern around us and just kept staring at us the whole time. My mom started to become quite worried, and us kids were confused as well. Why were they just staring? Now they seemed to be slowly coming closer as well. They all gave each other this unsettling look and then started to enclose and surround us. My mom grabbed us kids right away and told us to run. The four of us ran as fast as we could and managed to slip in between their encirclement. We got back to our car. I turned around to see what those men were doing, and they were all walking away in the same direction, staring at us in an eerie way. Once we got to the car, my mom sped away, and that's when I realized what was going on. Those guys probably wanted to do something bad to us, and since my dad wasn't there with us, it made us quite the easy targets. My mom, siblings, and I never went back there again. If we hadn't run away before they got any closer, I don't know what might have happened to us. I, now a 20-year-old woman, was 13 at the time this story takes place. It was the summer between 7th and 8th grade for me, which would make the year 2016. I had just moved to a new city about an hour away from where I grew up. To help me make friends before the school year started, my mom signed me up for a day camp in the new town over the summer. At this camp, I actually did develop a small friend group, but the only one that matters in this story would be Jay, a 14-year-old. I'm gonna be honest, Jay was always more flirty with me than I was comfortable with, and I'd expressed that several times. I always tried to minimalize confrontation when I did so. I guess hindsight is 20/20. I should have cut the friendship off when it was clear he wasn't respecting my boundaries. But damn, I was a lonely kid, and all my other new friends acted like this was completely normal. Well, one day, the rest of the friend group was not there. One was sick, and the other two were siblings whose family had taken a day trip. Jay and I were hanging out alone in the gym. We were sitting off to the side talking about something. The gym was full of other kids and counselors. That was when he said he had a secret to tell me and asked me to lean in closer. As soon as I did, he grabbed me and pushed me down to the ground. He held down my arms and got on top of me. In front of the whole gym, he began trying to kiss me, using the hand he wasn't holding me down with to fiddle with the buttons on my pants. I screamed at him to stop and to get off me. I thrashed around. I made it as difficult for him as possible to do what he was attempting to do, but he wouldn't stop. None of the counselors gave me a second look. I thought that in a room full of people, nobody was going to stop him, and I knew that if somebody didn't, he was going to easily overpower me and do whatever horrible things he wanted. I was still struggling with him on top of me when a group of 4 or 5 kids from the younger group who had been playing badminton saw what was going on. They decided to take things into their own hands since nobody was stepping up to help me. I want to stress to you guys, these kids were from the 6 to 9 age group. None of them looked older than 8 either, but these kids brought their rackets with them and rallied around me. I heard their chorus of voices screaming at him to get off of me. I even heard one prominent "she said no" ring out. I watched their rackets slide between our faces as they tried to pry him off of me. The other kids then took their rackets when he wouldn't stop and started going ham on him, beating the crap out of him. At first, he was so focused on me that he tried to swat at them and tried to hit the kids back, then continued trying to force himself on me. And the combination of me thrashing and the kids hitting him was making this a lot harder than he thought it would be though. After 5 minutes of being beaten by these children, Jay decided it wasn't worth it anymore. He got off me and ran away. I still think about that a lot. It was traumatic as hell for me. Not only that a friend tried to do that to me, but that all the adults in the room that were supposed to protect me completely ignored what was going on. It's sick to think that those small kids cared more about me than any of the adults. At the same time, it gave me a little bit of hope for the future to know that the younger kids were being taught to care about others in that way. Those kids would now be at the same age I was when this happened. I wonder about how they're doing all the time. I wonder if they ever think about what they did for me that day. I hope they know how grateful I am. I can't say I'm glad this happened by any means, but in a way I'm grateful. It gave me a way to still have hope in the future, even if some people are bad. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and when my wife Julie and I were planning our wedding, we were immediately drawn to a Hawaiian honeymoon. The sun, the sand, the tropical resort and turquoise water, it all seemed so dreamy and perfect. We even planned our wedding around a beach on mainland US as a way of prepping for that bliss. It went really smoothly, and Julie and I were very happy, surrounded by our friends and family. Before we go into the honeymoon itself, here's a little backstory. I actually met Julie in a scuba diving tour of sorts. She offered to be my diving buddy, and we've been looking after each other ever since, really. When we found a few scuba diving tours near our honeymoon resort, we didn't hesitate to make a few reservations. That's how we found ourselves just off the southern coast of Molokai on a bright sunny day. The group consisted of our diving instructor, a couple of other young guys on vacation, Julie and I, and an older man. It was a fairly modest group, but sometimes those were more relaxed because there were less people for the diving instructor to keep track of. Together, we all went out to the appropriate depth, the only sound being the chatter between us and the roar of the boat as its engine revved. We all finished putting on our gear as the instructor went through his speeches about sticking to your diving buddy and not to resurface too quickly. All the standard safety stuff. Out of the blue, the older man on board turned to Julie and asked if she'd be his diving buddy. Julie looked at me confused and laughed uncomfortably. Actually, my wife and I already planned to go together, but you're welcome to join us if you want, I guess. The man's face suddenly twisted into a mask of anger. I could even see the tips of his ears turning bright red as he spoke. Well, it was more like just below yelling. "You're a slur? You shouldn't even be here." I immediately spoke up. "Well, what the hell is that supposed to mean?" He opened his mouth to reply, but the instructor interjected before he could say anything else. Hey, I don't tolerate that kind of behavior on my dives. If you don't want to be taken back to shore, you better start behaving now, sir." We sighed, grateful for the help in de-escalating the situation, but we were also incredibly embarrassed that it happened in the first place. Even on our honeymoon, we'd somehow managed to find someone like that. While the man busied himself with getting ready, Julie and I checked each other over and told ourselves we were still going to have a fantastic dive and an even better honeymoon. The instructor gave the go-ahead, and altogether we flipped over backwards into the cool blue void. It had been quite a while since we'd been diving. I got a bit disoriented, but Julie grabbed my hand and I steadied myself. Though I couldn't see her face through the thick scuba gear, I could tell she would smile if her mouthpiece let her. I remember the water near the surface was a crisp blue expanse that never seemed to end. A familiar sensation of floating was taking over. Below us lay a reef. There's no other word to describe it but simply majestic. The coral sprawled onward like a big plant-like apartment complex, all different spectrums of colors. And speaking of colors, the sea life swimming around was just as much a rainbow. From the small fish picking at the coral all the way up to the small reef sharks stalking above them, the whole thing was just taking my breath away, and being there with my love made it all better. We swam next to each other for a while, exploring the area and seeing everything it had to offer. The rest of the group had split up to do their own thing. The two inexperienced guys were staying more near the surface, getting used to the feeling of being underwater, while the older man was presumably sticking close to the diving instructor, since he didn't appear to have a partner. I can't say I wasn't happy to not be near him. The further away he was, the better. I signaled to Julie I was going to check out some of the sharks a bit farther away. Not a big fan of that one, was she? I left her for a minute to do her own thing, while still making sure we were well within sight of each other, as per diving rules. I'd only be away from her for a second or two. Well, a second is all it took. I'd just about reached the area I wanted to explore when I felt something slam into me so hard it almost pushed my respirator out. I clenched my teeth to keep that thing in there and looked around. I thought I'd been hit by a shark being curious or something, but that quickly went out the window when a hand grabbed my arm from underneath me and tried to tug me down. I was nearly being flipped upside down, straining to get a look at what was happening. A person reached for my face, and with horror I realized they were trying to grab my mouthpiece. I couldn't scream, I couldn't think. I could only hang on for dear life with my teeth and pray this person couldn't pry it loose from my mouth. My breathing quickened. Bubbles swished by us, fizzing in the struggle. We were attracting attention from the nearby wildlife. One or two sharks even swam up against the person attacking me. They seemed startled by this and batted at the sharks, who carried on as if nothing were happening. Thankfully, that was my chance. I lashed out at the person as they were trying to deal with the wildlife, pushing myself away and trying to kick them with my flippers as I swam. Not exactly the most effective, but at least it was something. I immediately swam back to Julie and gestured that we needed to resurface right now. We made our way to the top of the water as quickly as we could, and all I could do was rip off my mask and hug her. We made our way back to the boat and had a chance to talk safely. When she heard that someone had tried to drown me under the water, her eyes darkened, and she was more furious than I'd ever seen her. She immediately knew who it had to be, and on some level, so did I. That old man, the one who'd had a problem with us since we started this dive. I was in shock he'd try to kill me over such a petty reason. That's just sick. We sat on the boat with the driver until it was time for the others to resurface, who were just as horrified as we were. When the man climbed back onto the boat, I felt my stomach drop. I hated the idea of sitting with him all the way back to dry land. When he pulled off his mask and saw me staring and Julie glaring, his eyes got really, really wide. Julie immediately went off on the guy, calling him a sick bastard for trying to kill her wife and screaming that he tried to kill me. The instructor got between us to try and sort out the situation, and when I gave my statement about him trying to pull out my breathing tube and holding me underwater, the instructor got out his phone and dialed the police. The two young guys held the man down as we quickly headed to shore, where the authorities were waiting to question me and seemingly arrest him. I know it sounds anticlimactic, but it all got settled out of court. He ended up being related to the head of the police force in some way. That in itself is terrifying, but it's even more terrifying he would think to just kill someone so casually for not aligning with his personal worldview. Julie and I didn't go scuba diving for the rest of our trip because we were worried something like that might happen again. Maybe we'll go out one day because you can't spend the rest of your life in fear, but we'll be much, much more vigilant. In my family, we harbor a terrible secret. This all happened about a year ago. An elderly couple moved in next door. They used to live in Tokyo, but they moved out to the countryside to live out their final years, as they put it. They wanted to be surrounded by nature. When I heard I was getting some new neighbors, I was initially a little apprehensive, but once I actually met them, I figured there wouldn't be any trouble really. The husband of the couple would regularly walk around the neighborhood. I would see him often. The wife would also come over from time to time with some food. She would always say, "I've cooked a bit too much." It was a nice neighborly gesture. The flavorings and seasoning the old lady used were quite unique. Everything she made was delicious as well. My husband and my two children would often ask at dinner time if there were any side dishes from the neighbors next door. I remember when there weren't any, they would always look a little bit upset by that. My parents and my husband's parents live quite far away, so it was nice to have a kindly grandmother figure popping in with some delicious treats every now and then. The couple wasn't causing any trouble at all. After a while, we became quite close with this pair. This lasted for about a year, when I started to notice that we hadn't seen the old lady's husband for quite a while there. I thought it was a bit strange. I asked my husband if he had seen him either. He said he thought he had seen him in a park recently or perhaps outside gardening, but he couldn't exactly be certain. I suggested we ask the old lady if the old man was okay. Maybe he was sick or something. Maybe there was something we could do to help. The next day, she arrived at our house with a stew. My husband asked about her husband, and she said he was suffering in the summer heat, and he had been staying indoors a lot more lately. We all digged into the delicious stew she had brought over. It tasted quite good. It was unlike anything I'd ever had in my life. The kids squabbled over second and third helpings. I was so impressed, I asked her to teach me how to cook this dish as well. I followed the instructions she gave me to the letter, but it wasn't quite the same. It was never the same flavor or texture as hers. Something about that really bothered me. When I suddenly heard sirens outside one day, I was terribly worried. I thought something might have happened to the old man next door. I asked my husband, and he said they were not ambulance sirens. Instead, it was the siren of police vehicles. We went to take a look outside. The police had stopped outside our neighbor's house, and they were leading the old lady outside in handcuffs. Just before they put her in the police car, she looked me dead in the eyes and threw her head back. She laughed. It was such a demented laugh, it honestly chilled me. I got a sinking feeling immediately. It made me feel extremely queasy. A detective approached an hour or two later and asked us to cooperate with his investigation by answering some questions. He filled us in on the situation. Our neighbor's husband's sister had been quite concerned about his well-being. She hadn't heard from him for quite some time either, for about 2 months or so. She'd tried to contact him over and over and left messages with his wife as well, but he never returned the calls or answered any of the messages. When the man's brother and sister showed up to visit and check up on him, that's when they grew more and more suspicious. They noticed dark stains on the carpet in the house, and they called the police. They suspected the old lady had killed him. The detective believed a murder had been committed as well. The old lady told them she'd chopped up the old man's body, but they couldn't find any of the body parts. When I heard him say those words, I must have turned as pale as a ghost. I looked over at my husband. I could tell we were thinking the exact same thing. The food from next door, those most recent stews and other things, had been full of that mysterious meat. That night, me and my husband threw up uncontrollably. I asked him what we should do with this situation. He said there was nothing we could do. We decided to stay silent, as we didn't want to incriminate ourselves. You have to understand, in Japanese society, how would our family be seen if we told the truth of having disposed of our kindly neighbor's remains by eating them, even if it was unintentional? It may be quite difficult for you to understand, but that's simply how it is around here. What we chose to do was keep it secret. The old lady was going to be arrested anyway. We couldn't tell the children either. Obviously, that would scar them for life. When I was 18, me and two of my friends moved in together, into an apartment. We all worked regular jobs while doing online school, and with the three of us combined, the rent was easily affordable. Over the following year, though, one of them moved out, leaving just the two of us left to pay the bill. It was still affordable, don't get me wrong, but much less so than it used to be. It even had me stressing out a couple of times. And after a few months, my other friend moved out as well. It wasn't either of their faults having to leave, but it still really sucked, and I was forced to find somewhere else to live on just my small paychecks. There weren't a lot of options within my budget, but I was willing to take anything, as long as it was a roof over my head. Eventually, I found a listing for an apartment on the other side of town. From the pictures, it looked like a small building, only having 8 rooms in total, and definitely not very nice on the inside. Still, the price was okay with me, so I sent a request to tour. I went there later that night. I met the owner, Jackson, and he walked me through the room. It was really small, and not that great either, but again, there wasn't much I could do about it. The following week, I moved in. Once I got more used to the place, it actually wasn't that bad. Sure, it wasn't very clean, and it did look really old, but it had all the basic things I needed. The only thing that felt weird was this one door in the hallway. It was right across from my room, almost looking like it had to be another bedroom or something. But during the tour, Jackson said my place was actually connected to the neighbors. That door was shared between both our apartments. He explained that it always stayed locked from both sides, and I could just safely ignore it, assuming it was exactly like a wall. Sometimes, though, I felt like it was a little bit weird, like they could hear everything going on in my apartment, and on the flip side, I always felt like I had to be extra quiet so as to not disturb them somehow. The door was very clearly thin, so sound had to be getting through there easily. For the first week or so, though, I never heard anything from the other side. Not a single little peep of noise or anything. It wasn't until one night after working late, I was sitting on the couch watching some TV, when I suddenly heard a really loud thud come from the hallway. I walked over thinking something must have fallen over in my room. But then I noticed a bit of light moving around under the door to the other apartment. It looked like maybe a phone flashlight or something. I listened for a little bit, trying not to be too creepy or anything, but just wanting to know what was going on. After all, that was the first time I'd ever seen or heard anything from their apartment, After only a minute, the light turned off, and no more sounds came from behind the door. I went back to the couch and stayed up for another hour before going to bed. Throughout the night, I would occasionally be awoken by hearing soft thuds or footsteps coming from around that door in the hallway. I never got up to check it though, because I knew there was nothing to really check on. It gave me an eerie feeling for some reason though, knowing they were up the entire night, doing something in the dark of their own room. This went on for a few days now, only hearing noises late at night when most people would be sleeping. I never heard anyone talking though, or really anything other than thuds and footsteps. Then, one night, something was different. I woke up to a thud far louder than any of the others I'd heard. I immediately shot up in my bed with my eyes wide open, staring at my door across the room. Something about that sound had sent chills through me, making me feel like this was something I needed to check. I slowly and quietly got out of my bed and walked over to my door, leaning against it and listening into the hallway. There seemed to be nothing. It was completely silent. I carefully opened the door, looking across the hall, and felt my body go numb. The door in the hallway was open. I hesitated, unsure what to do. I crept into the hallway and looked behind the partially open doorway. I almost didn't believe what I saw. It was a bedroom, slightly smaller than my own, but it was empty aside from a single mattress on the ground. There were no doorways leading anywhere else. It was just a single room with no way in or out except for the door in my apartment. I ran and got my phone, dialing 911 as I looked all around my apartment to make sure nobody was hiding. Whoever was in there seemed to have left. The police came and did their investigation, but strangely enough, Jackson never picked up his phone. Soon, we found out that Jackson probably wasn't even who he said he was. We never heard or saw from him again. As for the room itself, it's honestly just a puzzling situation. It could have been Jackson or somebody who was hiding that was living in there, trying not to get noticed. Or it could have been someone else unrelated entirely. Maybe they broke out, and that's what the sounds were. To this day, though, I've never gotten any updates on what the true story behind any of it was. This story takes place in the rural farmland of the southern United States. For those from around that area, you'll know there isn't much around there except old farmhouses, fields, and the occasional subdivision. When I was around 17 or 18, I was dating this girl who went to the same high school as me. Being teenagers, we needed a place to be alone, and what better than the front seat of my F-150? Often, it was hard to find a place to park. That was away from the road, but far away enough from everyone else. One evening, as the sun was getting ready to set, I had remembered this old abandoned house with a long driveway and a tobacco barn. It was off some old back road with no other houses on it. I had been there before and explored the property. The house had been abandoned long ago and was currently being used to store lumber. The house had no doors or windows left, and the rest of the property was clearly in disrepair as well. The other buildings didn't appear to be used at all. I figured this long-forgotten property would make a good spot, so I drove my truck up into the driveway, far away from many prying eyes. I put my truck in park and lifted up my center console. Then I put the radio on. As my girlfriend and I were chatting, she suddenly stopped, with her eyes glued to the rear view mirror. I think someone is here. Initially, I blew her off, as I was fairly confident no one was around for miles on end. But as I glanced back in my rear view mirror, I saw a very beat-up-looking Ford truck had pulled in directly behind mine. All of a sudden, the door flew wide open, and out jumped a tall and dirty-looking man. holding what appeared to be a .306 with a weathered wooden stock. As I put down my window, the man advanced upon us, yelling all types of obscenities from the side of my truck. As he walked up, I heard the distinct sound of a safety clicking off of an older rifle. I froze as the world stopped all around me. I had never been held at gunpoint before. As soon as the shock wore up, I threw my hands up. I saw the man had his sights aimed on me through the rear window of my truck. I looked over to my girlfriend, who was frozen in shock and cowering into the passenger door. I remembered feeling helpless and reaching for the pistol that I usually had between the seats. I quickly realized I'd left it at home. This was probably a blessing in disguise, as this strange and mysterious man was clearly belligerent and under the influence of something. I'm sure him seeing my pistol would have just sent him more over the edge. My hands were now up, and my girlfriend was shaking in fear. I eventually muttered out, "What's going on, sir?" The man threw his rotten and missing teeth, then screamed at me, "You sons of bitches came out here tearing up my field and running over my crops." He had clearly mistaken me for some of the ATV riders around the area, who often would wander onto private property and tear up the land. Looking at the man, though, he didn't look like any of the farmers I knew around the area. Having lived there for 15 years at this point, I was fairly familiar with everybody. Well, this supposed farmer looked maybe in his early 30s and looked more like what I would see of the junkies roaming around downtown. I told the man that I'd never been here before, nor was I responsible for destroying his crops either. I was trying desperately to defuse the situation. He wanted to hear none of it and continued to mutter while still holding me at gunpoint. I waited for a break in his incoherent babbling to apologize profusely. "Sir, if I had seen a no trespassing sign, I wouldn't have dared to step foot on the property." The man advanced from behind my truck to my open window, then yelled again. "You didn't see no fucking sign? Yeah, right." He didn't believe me. As I studied him, he continued to grip the rifle even tighter and mumbled something to himself. I apologized some more and offered to leave. That's when I noticed he had me completely blocked in and there was nowhere to go. As soon as I mentioned leaving, he perked up and dropped the rifle ever so slightly. Putting us out of immediate danger, my fight or flight briefly chose to fight, but I knew there was no way to jump out of the truck and get to him before he could shoot us. Time seemed to slow down, and I felt like the silence that ensued lasted for hours. He then started to yell obscenities again. He started to walk back to his truck, though. As he passed my rear bumper, my girlfriend and I exchanged glances. I had never seen a fear like that in someone's eyes before, let alone someone that I loved. I knew I had to do whatever I could to get away from this unhinged stranger. I fired up my truck and put it in reverse. He did the same, and the beat-up Ford backed into the road and stopped, waiting for me to exit. I backed into the road as well, my eyes never leaving the rear-view mirror. As soon as there was enough space, I threw the truck into drive and stamped that gas pedal down as far as it could go. My tires squealed, and the truck roared as it ran through the gears. I was familiar with the roads and confident I could outrun him if need be, as his truck looked like it was on its last legs. The speedometer flew past 60. I could see the man trying to follow us. but there was enough distance between us that it would be hard for him to catch up. My girlfriend was calming down at this point and trying to rationalize what just happened to us. I drove and drove for several miles, constantly checking behind us to see if he was still following. I remember doing 100 miles an hour at some point. The mood in the cab eventually changed to utter disbelief as we then talked about how crazy this supposed farmer looked. We awkwardly laughed off our near deaths and never saw that man again after. I never returned to that abandoned house, except for the next day to leave him some ruts in the front yard of the rundown property. Looking back, I haven't the slightest idea as to how the man even knew we were there, as we weren't visible from the road, nor had we been followed on the way there. Personally, I think he was just some tweaker, as I knew the farmers in the area, and being in a small town, you know pretty much everybody. I had never seen this man before this experience, nor have I seen him since. I certainly was in the wrong being on private property, I guess. And I've heard stories of people running as bullets flew over their heads. However, a couple of kids parked on what was clearly a forgotten property, several hundred yards from the nearest other one, shouldn't have warranted such a response. I had just turned 20 when I finally moved into my own place. For almost a year, I didn't do anything except work and sleep. My 21st birthday nearly passed by without me even realizing it. Fortunately, a friend sent me a text asking me what I had planned. We eventually decided to spend that evening at our favorite club. That night, we drank a little and played some pool. A few guys tried to get us back to their place, but I did the smart thing and just went home. When my friend dropped me off, I was in a pretty bad state. I had already barfed once on the way, and I was fighting like crazy to not do it again. I made it about 20 feet before I felt another surge of vomit pushing up through my throat. My neighbor just so happened to be outside smoking and rushed over to help me. He held my hair back as I retched repeatedly for the next few minutes. He walked me to my door and even helped me inside. When I was finished getting in, I passed out in my living room for the next 9 hours. It's not quite the way a girl dreams of meeting her husband, but it turned out to be how I met mine. I'd just gotten out of the shower when there was a knock at the door. I peeked out the peephole and it was my neighbor. I was too embarrassed to face him, but I didn't want to be rude either. I yelled out for him to wait a moment and quickly threw on some clothes. I was kind of surprised in my drunken state. I hadn't actually noticed how cute he was, and that made me even more self-conscious. I couldn't even look him in the face. He asked if I was okay, and I said yes. There was a brief uncomfortable silence before he introduced himself as Tyler. I said nice to meet you and slammed the door behind me. I was being rude and I did know it, but it was still too soon to really face him. A few days would pass before I got the courage to knock on his door. I apologized for my behavior and thanked him profusely. My heart melted and I just felt like I'd fallen in love in that moment. Our relationship moved relatively fast from there on. When I wasn't at work and Tyler wasn't at school, we were always together. We spent most of our time at his place, and it was much nicer than mine. He comes from a wealthy family, so all of his stuff was pretty nice. He's actually a very nice and down-to-earth man, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy lounging in fancy chairs and sleeping in ultra-soft sheets. I enjoy being pampered just as much as anyone. Tyler gave me all the attention I needed, but there was one thing that I'd sometimes get a bit jealous of early on. Tyler's car. He loved that thing almost as much as life itself. Now, I don't know anything about automobiles, but I remember it was made by BMW and had an M on the back. Don't get me wrong, it was very much a nice car, but sometimes it felt like he cared more about that than me. This was in 2017. We'd been together 9 months when this happened. We spent the evening at his apartment watching some movies. The two of us were curled up together on the couch, and the windows were cracked open a bit, letting in the cool night air. Just after 8 p.m., there was a sudden knock at the door. Tyler got up to answer it, and I went to the kitchen to grab some more wine. I'd just finished filling up my glass when I heard Tyler call me into the living room. I still remember the hint of fear in his voice. When I turned the corner, I saw 2 guys with masks over their faces, holding him at gunpoint. One of the men waved me over and told me to give him my phone. I did as I was told. I almost dropped it because I was shaking so bad. Tyler did the same, and they demanded his wallet as well. He gave that over too without any resistance. I started to speak, and one of the men whispered to me to shut up. I did, and they didn't ask for my money. I'm not sure why I thought they had what they wanted and were going to leave now, but then they demanded the key to the car. The pain on Tyler's face was very clear. He tried to bargain with these thieves, but they had obviously come there for one purpose, and no amount of begging and pleading was going to stop them. His stalling was starting to annoy them. The taller of the pair warned him not to play any games. He reluctantly gave in and walked over to the table where his keys were. He picked them up and walked back over to where we stood. In the last moment, he drew his hand back. The man let out a sort of huff and knocked Tyler across the head with his gun. I screamed, and the other guy barked at me to be quiet. I could only stand and watch. As Tyler's head started to ooze blood, the tall guy said, "I warned you. Give me the keys now." Tyler slowly raised his hand high enough for the shorter guy to snatch them, and now that they got what they'd come for, they quietly slipped out the door without a word. The second the door closed, I ran to the bathroom and grabbed a towel. Tyler was just lying on the floor moaning and bleeding. I placed the towel on his head and asked him to hold it there while I ran to call 911. At that time, I still had a landline. I ran across the hall to call for help. Once I was sure an ambulance was coming, I hung up and ran back to be with him. The ambulance arrived within a few minutes and rushed him off to the hospital. Fortunately, he was still awake when he left. I stayed behind to answer questions, and then the cops gave me a ride to the hospital. I waited while they took Tyler in for some tests. Thankfully, everything came back clear. Thank God. The doctors kept him overnight for observation, and I stuck around to keep him entertained. We got an Uber back later the next day. I could tell something was just different about him as we passed the spot where his car was once parked. He stopped and stared for a good minute. Then he turned and looked at me. What was I thinking? We could have died all because of a stupid car. Tyler's parents did offer to buy him a new BMW, but he chose a far less flashy model instead. The robbery made him scared to own anything like that ever again. He even stopped wearing his watch that his mom bought him for his birthday, now that he knew that people were willing to hurt him or even kill him for things they like. They had just lost their charm. We decided it was best to try and put the robbery behind us and move on. These days, we're both successful and can afford almost anything, but we still live a humble existence. The robbery taught us both something very important. You can have all the money in the world, but nothing is worth losing your life over. This is a true story, told to me by a man who had been working as a murder investigator for over 30 years. At the time I was told this story, it was right after asking what the creepiest case he had ever been involved in was. This happened in the late 80s, in a part of the country that was mostly covered in dense pine forests. On the highway between cities in this area, you rarely come across towns. There are stretches that seem to go on for about forever, with only pine trees as far as the eye can see. A young girl in her early 20s was taking a motor coach home. This happened just as winter was approaching, and it was freezing outside after nightfall. This girl lived in one of these really small communities that you'd usually just pass by along the highway. During the trip there, she fell asleep and missed her stop. Looking at her watch, she realized they had passed it only recently, and that if she were to get off right now, she would be able to walk back in approximately 3 hours. It was either that or get off at the next city, where she didn't know anyone or had any place to stay. She explained all of this to the bus driver, who pulled off at the next parking space, then let her out. That was the last time anyone ever saw her. Almost 15 years later, long after the search for her had been given up, Her body was stumbled upon by a hiker. Her body had been found, tied to a tree very deep in the dense and almost impassable forest. An autopsy of the remains showed no signs of physical violence. Someone had abducted her, then tied her up to that tree, and left her there to freeze to death in the night. They never caught the guy who did it either. This didn't happen to me, but I was involved in it. The victim was actually my girlfriend. I got the story from her later. At the time, my girlfriend and I were attending college together. It was a small school in a pretty quiet place, so most of the students there were from my area. My girlfriend Katie was one of them. I came from quite a distance away, so I lived in a dorm at the college itself. Katie and I would often hang out together in my dorm between the classes, and even on some evenings and weekends, whenever we both wanted to be together really but didn't feel like going out. It was a Friday night, and both of us, being pretty introverted, decided not to do anything crazy. Our plan was to spend the night in my room with each other. My roommate was out that night. She wanted some time to go home after classes and assured me she would be back sometime around 8 or so. Katie had a car but never really liked driving unless she had to. She would always pack her instrument and then take the bus instead. That Friday night, she had a pretty unnerving experience while doing so that freaked the two of us out for a long while after. She was a small girl that definitely didn't look like a college-age student. She was short, thin, and quiet, standing alone at a bus stop in the dark. It was probably not ideal, but she preferred that over taking her own car. She waited for the bus to arrive, as innocent as a rose, when a van drove past her. And then it drove by again, and again, and again. She was starting to get a bit suspicious, but told herself that perhaps the person inside was just lost. The van then pulled over right in front of her and stopped. The driver rolled down his window. "Isn't it cold out here? The bus is always so late. Hop in and I'll give you a ride." Katie declined and took a few steps back, trying to show him she was not interested in anything he wanted. He asked again if she was absolutely sure that she didn't want a ride, then drove away after she turned him down once more. The bus arrived moments later. She was relieved to step on, but to her horror, she noticed the same van now right behind the bus. The van began to follow the bus directly. Katie texted me to explain the situation. I could tell she was very scared, and I offered to stay on the phone with her to calm her nerves. She accepted, and we talked about school and things to try and get her mind off of it. Once her stop came, she felt safe enough to hang up the phone and walk the short distance to the college. When she arrived to my dorm room, though, she was hysterical. It took me over an hour to comfort her enough to get the story out of her. This is what she told me. The van had stopped following the bus after getting stuck at a red light, giving the bus a chance to get ahead. After getting off at her stop, though, the van sped up and started driving like a maniac. At this point, the bus had already pulled away. The van drove up right next to her and pulled out in front of where she intended to go to get to the college. In a panic, she bolted the other way, and the driver got out and raced after her. When she turned her head to look behind her, she noticed he was holding a large knife and waving it in front of him in her direction. She did a wide turn to get back on track to the college. The man following was closing in on her, but lucky for her, he lost his footing on an icy patch on the road, and the fall delayed him enough for her to get far enough ahead. When he got back up, he didn't attempt to chase after her again. Instead, he yelled out after her, "I will find you." Since then, she's always taken her own car instead of waiting for the bus. Here's my story. About a month ago, I was just walking to the local pub minding my own business. It was probably around 11 p.m. or so. I stopped across the street to wait for the oncoming traffic to pass. When I looked over to the other side, I could see there was a man standing there looking in another direction. All of a sudden, his gaze snapped right directly at me. As I began to walk across the street, he made a beeline straight toward me. He walked directly into my path and got right in my face, reaching for something in his pocket. "I want you to say something. I dare you to say something." I immediately walked around him and began running away without saying anything. He followed me close behind, so close I could feel his breath on my neck all the way to the entrance. When I finally got through the door, I had enough courage to turn around. He was slipping out of sight. I looked out the window of the bar, and I couldn't find the man anywhere. There were people standing outside smoking, and plenty of people near the door to the bar as well, but no one reacted to this man's aggressive nature or even said anything about it after. Back when I was a teenager, my parents used to try and force me to sleep with my curtains open so I could get a breeze. I'd always get up and shut them after they left though. One night it was a gorgeous night out, and something convinced me to keep them open for some reason. As I was laying there trying to fall asleep, I suddenly started to hear this heavy breathing right outside my window. I look over, only to see a dude staring at me. I screamed for my dad to help. The man took off running and jumped the fence. I knew this was a real thing and not a dream or something, because my dogs immediately started losing their shit. My father came tearing into my room. I pointed to the window. I didn't know it at the time, but when he stepped over to the windowsill, he could clearly see a car we didn't recognize at the bottom of our driveway. 3 seconds later, 3 more men sprinted up to my window. My father, cool as a cucumber, simply said, "You right there, guys?" That scared the shit out of them. Allegedly, the first guy had been attempting to steal something of theirs, and they were trying to get him. My dad called the cops, and they were all picked up. I still, to this day, cannot sleep with any of the blinds open. Several months ago, my cat went missing in the woods. I had to go out and look for him. It was quite late at night, and the moon was only a thin crescent, so the only source of light was my flashlight. Now, I had actually seen my cat several times, but he seemed to be scared of something. Every time I got close, he would run farther away. At a certain point, he got so scared he just ran back toward the house altogether. At that point, I began to make my way back, when I noticed a man. He was just standing there, absolutely still. He had nondescript brown hair and a tweed jacket on. I could make out all of his facial features except his eyes. He seemed to have something covering them. I called out to the man, but he didn't respond. "Hey, you know I can see you, right?" I was greeted with silence. I turned and walked a few steps. Then I snapped back around. He was moving in closer. I turned again and walked some more, then turned to look. This time he was partially hidden behind a tree. I didn't need any more warnings about his behavior. I started booking it back to my house, where my cat was desperately wanting to come inside. We rushed inside together, and I locked the doors. I sat on my couch and tried to calm down. Ever since that night, though, every few weeks or so I hear a noise at my window, a slow, rhythmic tapping. There are no trees out there, and most of the nights that it's happened were not windy anyway. Every time I've been too scared to look, probably because the last thing I want to see is that man with his covered eyes yet again. Once when I was a teenager, I was waiting at an abandoned gas station in downtown Akron to meet a dealer to buy some weed. This was around 1993 or 1994, so payphones were still functional and in pretty common use. As I was waiting, the payphone in the parking lot started to ring. Bear in mind, it was about sunset on the very outskirts of downtown. Not a single other person was around. Out of curiosity, I picked up the phone. The man on the other line then asked, "Is this Chad?" "My name isn't Chad." I said that to the man and he ignored me. "Hey Chad, I think I want to do some bad things." I stated again that I was not Chad and asked the man what he wanted. I asked him if he knew he was calling a payphone instead of an actual home. He ignored me again and went into very explicit and specific detail about all the things he wanted to do. I was laughing and told him again that I was not whoever this Chad person was. Finally, he said that he knew for sure I was Chad. He described to me what this supposed person looked like, and he described me perfectly, down to the color of my shirt and the shoes I was currently wearing. I immediately hung up and looked all around me, but I didn't see a single person in sight. I mean, not one person anywhere. I jumped in my car and got the hell out of there. This happened about 6 years ago, in the early hours of my 20th birthday. At the time, I had been working as a carpet cleaner. It's also important to note that I'm a 6-foot male, and at the time I weighed 210 pounds. By nature, I'm an extremely cautious individual. Also, in the area I work in, there's a lot of gang activity. It was about 6 p.m. when I got a call from one of the head carpet cleaning techs. He explained that he couldn't do the late job that he was scheduled for, which was at 11 p.m. His pregnant wife may have been going into labor, and he had to get to the hospital. Seeing as I was broke, I told him I would cover for him. I made it back to our shop at around 2:15 a.m. and got the truck ready for the other guys, who would be taking it out in a few hours. I headed home around 2:45. I had worked nearly 20 hours straight at this point, and I had a 45-minute drive home still. I lived out in the middle of nowhere. Being exhausted and barely even able to keep my eyes open, I decided to stop at a gas station and grab myself an energy drink. When I pulled in, I noticed a black Buick sitting in the far corner of the gas station parking lot. I didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was just the attendant's car. I went in and got my drink and left. I had a gut feeling that something was wrong. I began to check behind me to see if anyone was tailing me, and noticed a pair of headlights in the distance, gaining on me quite quickly. I decided that I needed to confirm my suspicion before taking any drastic measures. I continued to drive while keeping my eye on the headlights in my rear view. I was about 2 miles from home and still being tailed by these headlights. That's when I decided to take a detour. After about 10 minutes of maneuvering on back roads, I knew things were getting pretty serious. The headlights followed me every which way. My little 4-cylinder Saturn was much too slow to get away. Now fearing for my life, I knew I had to try and get control of the situation, as well as not lead my pursuers to my home. My sister and her 2-month-old son were staying there at the time. At the next stop sign, I put my car in park. I grabbed my military-grade knife out of my left jacket sleeve and grabbed the pistol I kept in my car for protection as well. I prayed I wouldn't have to use them. I stepped out of my car, and as I did, the car that had been following me came to a screeching halt. 4 men exited the vehicle. It was then that I realized it was the same black Buick from the gas station. As the men climbed out, the moonlight revealed that one of them had been carrying a large chain and the others were armed with a baseball bat and tire iron. The one who I assume was their leader had some sort of axe. Making sure to keep my pistol out of any light that might have glinted off the side, I asked them if there was a problem. One of the men responded, "You're about to die, boy." It was at that moment I realized this was some sort of gang initiation. I gripped the knife firmly in my left hand while backing behind my open car door, trying to at least limit the direction they could attack me from. From seeing the knife and my attempt to put something between me and them, they laughed. One of them even said to another, "This fucker thinks he could beat us with his little knife." As they approached my car, though, I pulled the gun out and fired a shot at the leader. These hardcore badasses quickly turned into scared little rabbits, now hightailing back to their car. "You little fuckers picked the wrong guy to mess with. Now get the hell out of here before I put a bullet in all of ya." They fumbled back into the car and hauled ass. As they sped away, I was able to get the clear vision of the plate number. I called the police. After getting off the phone with the operator, I got back into my car. I made it home at around 4 a.m. and passed out. When I woke up a few hours later, I called the police station to see if they had any leads. It turns out the car had been stolen, and they were unable to locate it. As far as I know, the car has never been found, and the 4 hoodlums were never caught either. I was 22 and living on my own for the first time when this happened. It was the mid-90s, and I had just gotten off work around 11 p.m. or so. To reach my apartment building, I could either walk on the sidewalk or cut across this communal garden. I saved a whole minute of walking time by cutting through the garden, but being young and stupid, a lot of the time I took the shortcut at night. I got this weird feeling one time not to take the shortcut. I kept to the sidewalk, but there didn't seem to be anyone else around. When I got past the garden, all of a sudden, this large man jumped out from its exit path. There was no way he could have been in front of me or just standing behind me. As I was walking, I would have noticed him with how large he was. The only explanation was that he had been hiding in that pitch-black garden. My body was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I began walking faster and faster. My dad had always taught me to carry my keys in my fist with a key pointed outward, just in case I needed to punch someone. I had done that, but I'm 5'4" and weighed 110 pounds. This guy was tall and big, so my only real chance was to outrun him. I was really speed walking at this point, but I could feel him easily matching my pace and getting closer. He was breathing heavily, and I could feel this angry energy seeping off of him. My apartment building was close by, so I put on an extra burst of speed. As I reached the entrance, 2 people happened to be leaving. They held the door open for me, but unfortunately for him too. I don't know why I didn't tell them I thought this guy was following me. My mind just kind of froze. I was so focused on getting inside my apartment. I was still trying to rationalize it too. Maybe he was visiting someone in the building. Maybe this was all just a coincidence. Don't be paranoid. It only took a couple of seconds for those 2 to be out the door. I had missed my chance. I was running up the stairs as fast as I could. It's a 3-story building, and I live all the way on the 3rd floor. The man was climbing the stairs right behind me. I got to my floor, which has 4 apartments on the right side where I live, and 4 on the left. I passed by apartments 1 and 2. He was still right behind me. I stopped at apartment 3, where I live. He stopped in front of apartment 4. I knew he was not the person who lived there. The man had not said anything at all. He was just breathing heavily. I thought there was no way I was going to open my apartment door and have him push his way inside behind me. He'd assault me or worse. He hadn't tried knocking on the door of apartment 4. It's worth noting that the apartments are U-shaped, with mine and my neighbor's door being very close together. I banged on my own apartment door as loud as I could, but yelled out my neighbor's name. "Hey, Kevin, let me in!" This startled the guy, even more so when my own apartment door didn't open, but Kevin did. Kevin saw the guy standing right in front of his door and asked the man what he wanted. The guy started to mumble something about having the wrong apartment. I got my own door open so fast that I was inside my place in a flash, locking it right behind me. I grabbed my cordless phone to call the police, but I could hear Kevin through the door telling this guy he needed to leave. The guy did right away. Kevin knocked on my door and asked if I was okay. I thanked him and said I was. Inside, I was still frozen, adrenaline pumping, and scared out of my mind. I thanked him again and told him to have a good night. I had my phone in my hand, ready to call the police, but I started trying to rationalize it again. What exactly had happened? The guy followed me home, sure, but then he said he had the wrong apartment. Are cops going to care about something minor like that? I tried to calm myself down, but I was also berating myself. Why didn't I run the instant I felt him following me? Why didn't I tell the people we passed when the front door opened? Worse, why didn't I tell Kevin the second he opened his door and saved me? He could have let me inside his apartment, and we could have called the cops together. But because of my own stupidity, everything felt so ambiguous. I was questioning myself when a couple of weeks later I was visiting my grandparents. My grandfather was reading a paper, and he told me a woman had been assaulted in the apartment building right across the street from mine. It was the same guy. He had multiple convictions for sexual assault and had recently been released on parole. I used to work at FedEx and was a delivery driver. This was many years ago now, but I'll never forget it. I drove for them for almost 5 years. It was a pretty good job in all honesty, and I got paid fairly decently as well. I've always enjoyed driving and considered myself to be pretty good at it. When I worked for FedEx, I also worked pretty close to the city. I would be assigned to a certain area usually, and then deliver packages there. I had a route where I would make anywhere from 60 to 100 deliveries a day. Sometimes, most of it was smaller packages to houses and apartments. Every now and then, there would be a larger package. My truck was the standard size, so it was kind of big. At first, driving it down some of these streets was pretty tough, especially near the city. There can be a lot of cars parked on the side of the street, and some streets are very narrow. Eventually, I got the hang of it and drove everywhere with no problem. One time, I was working a little bit later. My route took a while longer than usual, and by now it was around 7 p.m. or so. I was almost done, but I still had more stops to make. After stopping and dropping off a package at one residence, I began driving to my next stop. I drove down a narrow street that was pretty quiet. A car was driving behind me at that point. I remember that I went down a couple of other streets, and probably 5 minutes later, I turned into the quiet back area of an apartment building. When the car that had been driving behind me the whole time turned in there as well, I found it quite strange. I had delivered to this apartment building before, so I knew that packages were delivered in the back. It was basically little more than an alleyway. The building had an actual parking lot out front, as well as underground parking. It was confusing the first time I delivered there, but I quickly found out how things worked around here. I delivered the package, then started to get back in my truck. I saw the car was still there right behind me. It was parked as if waiting for me to do something. It was a 4-door sedan, silver in color. I didn't catch a good glimpse of who was driving. They surely had enough space to go around me, so this was really weird. When I started going again, they started to drive after me once more. I wondered if they were trying to follow me for some reason. I turned out of the street behind the apartment complex, making a right. This road was very narrow. The side of the apartment was to the right-hand side, and there was a park area with the sidewalk to the left. All of the cars were parked on the right side of the street. The road was very quiet, and there didn't appear to be any other people in sight. Other than the parked cars, there were no signs of anyone around. That is, until I started to drive down it. Suddenly, a car in front of me that had been parked turned left. The car then stopped completely, blocking the entire road. I had to stop my truck. I was wondering what on earth this person was doing. Meanwhile, the other car was still behind me. I was now completely blocked in. After the car in front of me didn't move for 30 seconds, I sensed trouble. Two of the back doors opened from the car that was in front of me. I saw these guys start to get out and walk towards me. It was in that split second that I made a decision. I turned my truck to the left and started driving. It was a tight fit. I bumped up onto the sidewalk a bit, but I made it around the car. Luckily for me, the curb was a little lower than some of the other ones. I didn't know if I would make it for a second, but once I got around the car, I jumped back onto the road, then sped up and turned to the right down the next street. It was much busier. The cars remained back behind me on the other street. After that, I was able to finish my route just fine, which had already been running late. I was watching behind me the whole time, but I didn't see those suspicious cars again. Looking back, it must have been some kind of setup. I'm still impressed that I was able to maneuver around it like that. I no longer work for FedEx, but I'll always remember that night. This happened when I was in the 3rd year of elementary school. My family and I lived in a small apartment. We were renting the place on a temporary basis, since our house was getting renovated. It was an old, musty apartment, but it wasn't too far from our original home, and the neighbors all seemed nice enough. There were two on either side of us. On one side, there was a lovely elderly couple, and on the other side, there was a miserable man and who we assumed was his grandmother. The grandma was really kind and friendly. She often spoke with my parents and myself. The younger man, I dare say, had some sort of problem. I couldn't put my finger on exactly what it was, though. He just always had this odd expression on his face, and he looked very troubled, someone who was quite conspicuous. Let me give you a bit of an example. He would pace up and down the apartment hall again and again, muttering things to himself. He would talk to himself in the elevator, and sometimes he would randomly lay down on the floor and stare at the ceiling with this blank stare. It was around January when we started to see less and less of those two next door. By March, it was as if they had both disappeared. I guess they had moved out. One day when I was coming back home from school, I felt as if someone was staring at me. I was being watched. Something was wrong here. I realized what the feeling was. The door to my strange neighbor's apartment was slightly ajar. I thought that was weird because the doors to our apartment block had an automatic lock. I didn't even think it was possible to leave it open ajar. I guessed that someone was behind the door holding it open. Either that or something was blocking it from automatically swinging shut and locking. I wondered if perhaps there was a thief inside. Maybe I should close the door just in case anybody was thinking of robbing the place and call someone for help. As I got a bit closer to the door, though, it slammed shut. That really surprised me, but I pushed it to the back of my mind and tried to settle down. I guess there wasn't a problem after all. When I returned home from school to find the same door ajar again, I was a bit freaked out. This time, I noticed the shape of someone clearly hiding behind the door. I quickly rushed home. My parents came home soon after, and I told them about the neighbor's apartment. I said that I thought someone might be in there trying to watch me. My parents believed that the neighbors were still living there and they must have been dealing with something, so they didn't really pay attention to my story. I knew that I hadn't seen either of my neighbors for quite a long time, but my parents said they were hearing noises from next door. They believed the grandma and grandson combination were still living there. For a long time, all I can remember is that whenever I would come home from school, my neighbor's door would be ajar. I guess I kind of got used to it. When I left in the morning, it would always be closed. But whenever I came back, it would always be slightly open. After a while, I began to come to terms with the idea that it may not be a robber or someone sinister next door. Maybe it really was just my neighbors. Things went back to normal. One day, I invited a friend to my house to play some video games after school. As we walked down the corridor, you guessed it, the neighbor's door was slightly open. I didn't even pay it much mind at this point. This time, though, when we were walking past the neighbor's door, an arm burst through the gap in the doorway and grabbed me. I was being pulled into the neighbor's apartment. I was jerked violently into the doorframe. I screamed and tried to make as much noise as I could. I resisted with all my might. My friend came to my aid. He had one of those hand forks, you know, the kind you use for digging in the garden. He jammed it down into the stranger's arm. A voice screamed from the other side of the door, and suddenly the arm retracted. At this point, my friend and I ran as fast as we could into my apartment. We locked the door behind us. We were so happy to be safe inside, but I was too terrified to ever think of going outside again in that moment. We thought of calling someone, but we didn't know who to call. For some reason, I remember thinking we might get in trouble if we called the police. We tried to distract ourselves by playing the game we were supposed to play, but we weren't really in the mood anymore. At about 5 o'clock, my mother came home. I explained what happened and began to panic when she didn't believe me. It was only when my friend backed me up that she finally believed us. It got late and my mother drove my friend home. I didn't know this at the time, but my friend told me at a later date that when they walked past my neighbor's apartment door, it was ajar. My mother called the building owner to complain and make him aware. I overheard the conversation while I was watching TV. I was relieved when my dad came back. He said not to go outside because he'd forgotten something. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise roused from next door. Later that night, everything went back to normal. I had dinner and a bath and got ready for bed. Something was a bit different, though. I didn't see my dad at all that night. From that day forward, I never saw the next-door neighbors again either. To this day, I don't know if it was the neighbor that grabbed me and tried to pull me into that apartment, or if it was some other stranger using that place without permission. My dad won't tell me what happened. Being my curious self, I asked the landlord about what happened. I found out that when he went over to check the next-door neighbor's apartment, he found a large number of photos taken of young boys. Not photos where they were happy and smiling, but photos taken when the children in question obviously weren't looking. Photos taken secretly, taken through the gap in the door. There were a fairly significant number of photos of me. It really scares me that whoever that person was could still be out there, doing the same thing to someone else. The creepiest thing the landlord said to me was that when he went inside, he discovered a noose suspended from the ceiling. What did that person have planned for me if they had successfully dragged me into the apartment? I'm 19 years old, and this happened a year ago. I'm an only child. For my whole life, we lived in the same house, in a very average neighborhood. Last year, after I finished high school, my parents chose to move us to a new place, a few hours away in a less city-like town. They had talked about it a lot, so it's not like it was a big surprise or anything. But moving away from where I was used to being was very odd for me, especially with the house being so drastically different. It was still technically in a neighborhood, but it had a ton of land around it. Rather than the houses being right up next to each other, they were separated by a few acres of forest in between. Anyway, a couple of weeks after moving in, My parents went on their yearly business trip together, flying across the country and leaving me to watch the home. I was obviously old enough, but it was still a bit unsettling to be in the new place all alone for the first time. It was summer too, so I didn't have any school or anything that I could do to distract myself. I was just spending all day at the house. The first day went by slowly, as I tried to keep myself entertained with YouTube and Netflix. I began to run out of things to watch. On the second day, I spent a little while outside on the chairs, just observing the scenery. It wasn't long before I noticed a man by the street. Our driveway was big, so the street wasn't exactly close to our home, but he was standing right next to the entrance of our driveway, kind of hidden amongst the trees a little. He was looking right toward me. I lifted my hand and waved, thinking this man must be a neighbor of some sort. The man immediately looked away, as if he was trying to pretend like he wasn't just looking at me. It was quite the odd behavior. He walked away immediately after. I waited for a few minutes to see if he'd come back, but then I went inside. I didn't think too much of it, going about the rest of my day playing video games and making a frozen meal for dinner. I stayed up a bit later than usual that night. I can't say the exact time, but I think it was around 1 or 2 a.m. When I finally went upstairs and got in bed, I had some trouble falling asleep. I was laying down with my eyes closed for almost an hour. It was just as I felt like I might be able to fall asleep that I heard something strange from downstairs. It sounded like footsteps walking up onto the porch outside. I opened my eyes and listened in carefully. There was a soft click, and then the loud creak of the front door opening. I sat there in terrified silence, in a state of shock. I didn't know what to do. I heard the footsteps enter the house, then walk through the hallway downstairs. They were very slow and quiet, obviously trying to keep their presence unknown. I got out of bed and moved over to the door. I locked it and then went to the corner of my room, hiding behind the bed frame. The person continued to walk around downstairs, barely making any noise. There was a long period of silence before I heard the sound of the staircase creaking, then moving closer to the top of the stairs. My heart was beating so fast, I stared at the bedroom door in horror. I saw a shadow move right under it and stop right outside my door. They stood there for an entire minute, probably listening to see if I was in the room. Finally, they walked away, going down the hall and up to the master bedroom. I didn't hear the door open, so I assumed they did the same thing, standing outside the door and listening in. He started to walk back toward my room. I saw the shadow move past my door, and then the footsteps quietly descending the stairs at a quick pace. They went straight for the front door, leaving the house. It was then silent again. I must have stayed in my room completely still for 30 minutes, thinking it was a trap of some sort. I thought surely this guy must be still hiding in the house, waiting for me to emerge or make a sound. When I finally got the courage to leave my room, I walked downstairs and saw the front door wide open. There was nobody anywhere in the house. I called the police and my parents, but as you can assume, they didn't find much. They aren't sure how the person unlocked the front door, but we of course changed the locks immediately and added a chain bolt as well. I don't know if the person who broke in was the same person I'd seen watching me earlier that day, or if it was someone else. The person's intentions are unknown. My parents think that maybe when they came inside and saw the master bedroom door was closed, the intruder must have thought they were home and didn't want to risk going forward with whatever they'd planned to do while someone else was home. What the person was truly planning will likely never be known. This story happened back in 2011 when I was 11 years old. My sister, who has autism and is nonverbal, was 9 years old at the time. We lived in a gated community, and there was a vending machine right near the manager's office. I was able to save up some quarters I had and asked my mom if my sister and I could walk over to the vending machine and grab some snacks. My mom said yes. I had to help my sister put on her shoes. She knew we were going to get some snacks, and she had the biggest smile on her face. As we started walking toward the main street that led to the manager's office, I suddenly stopped walking as we reached the end of it. I noticed a van was about to leave, so in order to feel safe when I was crossing the street, I wanted the van to go first. As the van was passing by us, it went very slowly. I was able to see the man who was driving. This man, since the very moment he saw my sister and I, had his eyes glued to us. I didn't notice this at first. I immediately grabbed my sister's wrist as he was driving, noticing that instead of looking at the road, he kept his eyes right on us. Instead of continuing down the street to leave the community, he made a left turn and drove into the street that was next to ours. From where I was standing, I was actually able to see between the houses. The man who was driving stopped his van, and another man who was in the passenger seat got out. I hadn't even noticed there was another man when he was driving by. The man who got out started walking toward the main street. I was sure he was going to come to where my sister and I were standing. The man who was driving started to reverse the vehicle at this point. Since I was already holding my sister's wrist, I turned around and started running. I don't know what was louder, the sound of our cheap dollar store flip-flops hitting the ground as we ran, or the sound of my heart beating. I thought one of the men would grab us at any moment. My sister was laughing her heart out because in her mind we were just playing a game. We made it back to our house. Thankfully, I hadn't locked the door before I left. I made sure my sister went inside first. I hid behind my mom's car and checked to see if the man would pass by. He did. A couple of seconds later, the van also passed by. After another couple of minutes, I walked out to see that they seemed to be gone. I stood there, realizing just how innocent my younger sister's mind was. In her mind, there had never been any danger. There was no such thing as bad or evil, but in my mind, I'm 100% sure those two men were going to take one, if not both of us. I know some of you may say something like, well, what if they just wanted to ask you a question? But the way the man was looking at us didn't seem friendly at all. It was like we were their prey. I'm glad that even though I was so young, I knew that something was wrong about that situation. I never saw that van again in the area, but because of this event, I sometimes have nightmares. I'm running, and it feels like no matter how fast I run, there's always this shadow right behind me. As for my sister, she's now 20 years old. Whenever we go out, my parents always make sure one of them is holding her hand. Everyone out there with children or younger siblings, please make sure that they're always safe. Even if you know your neighborhood is a nice place, you never know when someone suspicious will be lurking around. When I was in college, I used to leave my dorm room door open. Most of the time, my roommate was in the room with me, or my best friend was right next door. One day, I had to use the restroom, and because it was a bit of a habit to leave it open, I forgot to close the door. I went to the bathroom and came back to my room, only to find this middle-aged guy standing inside. He was clearly not a student at all and was dressed like a homeless man. I stood there for about 10 seconds, trying to figure out if I was seeing things. The guy finally noticed me standing there and asked me if he could use my phone. I don't know why, I just got the feeling there was something dangerous about this guy. I told him it wasn't charged, then immediately began screaming for help down the hall. The man began to charge at me, but before he could reach me, the RA and a few of the school's hockey players came running out of their rooms. The guy ran past me and booked it down a back staircase. I immediately called the cops, and they showed up within a few minutes. They asked for the guy's description, and I gave it to them. They started searching the other dorms in our quad. He was found in another building shortly after, trying to break into someone else's room. Turns out he had a record for breaking and entering, felony assault, and battery with a dangerous weapon. Armed robbery was in there somewhere too, I think. I got a letter in the mail about 5 years ago, letting me know he was up for parole and asking if I'd like to give a witness impact statement. I decided that was not such a good idea. "5 years ago, me and 3 friends went camping in Scotland. Everything was fine until it got dark, and we decided to walk to the old graveyard at the campsite. Why there was a graveyard there, I don't exactly know. Regardless, we went over. Me and my friends were trying to open the gate without much luck. My other friend, who was a girl with no muscle on her, walked up and opened the gate with one hand. She was a little drunk, so she didn't realize how eerie that was. We looked at the gravestones, and some of them were really old. As I was shining my torch between 2 of them, I could clearly see someone walk through the light of it. I wasn't exactly scared or anything, but I was a little bit unsettled. I told my friend that we should probably just leave. He agreed, and just as we were about to leave, the friend who opened the gate said she saw someone hiding behind me. She then started screaming that someone was watching us and that she could see us, just repeating this over and over again. She started convulsing and shaking. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she fell down to the floor. I was standing there with my friend, freaking the hell out. We called my other friend who was back at the campsite. It was about 2 minutes before the girl who passed out sat up again and breathed in deeply. She started laughing and asked what the hell happened. She couldn't remember anything. When we got back to the tent, we all went to sleep pretty soon after. We all woke up at 3 a.m. on the dot. We were certain there was someone outside our tent. We looked around, but no one was anywhere near us. I remember at about 3:30, hearing someone laughing really quietly just outside our tent. I didn't tell my friends that until the next night though, when we were all already home. The girl who'd fainted earlier in the night started crying because she'd heard that too, but was too afraid to say anything. I was working at a restaurant in NYC at the time, so I would usually get home quite late. It was about a 6-block walk home from the subway. One night, I remember turning a corner and seeing a tall white man walking towards me on the next block over. I'm 6 foot tall and about 200 pounds myself. I was 31 at the time. I'd been out by myself all over the city plenty of times, and I'd never felt like I was in any danger. For some reason, with this guy though, something about him really struck me as dangerous. I wanted to avoid him at all costs, so I crossed the street to get away from him. Moments after I chose to do this, he crossed as well. Now we were walking towards each other. I didn't know what was going on, but something was telling me this guy was not okay. As we were walking towards each other, we neared an intersection that separated us. That was when a group of 3 Spanish men came walking up the street. I picked up my pace and passed the men with the other 3 to reach the same corner. I kept my head down and didn't make eye contact. I picked up my pace soon after. My building was just around the next corner, and I already had the keys to the lobby in my hand. I didn't dare to look back once the men left me. As soon as I turned that corner, I sprinted across the street. I unlocked the glass front door as fast as I could and slammed it shut behind me. My heart was pounding. I walked across the lobby and hit the elevator button. As I was waiting for it to reach the lobby, I got the feeling I should turn around. Right outside the door, watching me wait for the elevator, was that same tall man. I live in the middle of the woods at the end of a dead-end street. It's just outside Clemson University. I stay there with a good friend who's also a guy. I do this because the rent for this 2-bedroom apartment is $250 flat each, a real steal. One night, I stayed up and fell asleep on the couch, watching some House of Cards. I was suddenly awoken at 4 a.m. I didn't really think anything of it at first, but then I noticed the motion light on the porch going off. Through the sliding glass door, I could see the silhouette of a tall man staring inside. I slowly got off the couch to see what was going on. The man knocked on the door, but I didn't say anything. We had curtains, so each of us could see the other silhouette, but neither of us could get a good look at each other. I got to my roommate's room down the hall and called out to him, "Hey, Blake, there's a weird guy at our door." He looked down at his watch. "No, there's not. Look at the time." "There is. Call the cops." He began to freak out and called the cops right away. They said they'd be 30 minutes because we were so far in the woods. I went back to the door where the guy had not left. I called out hesitantly, "Hello?" "Hey man, it's Craig." I didn't know any Craigs. "I got lost on the river." I don't live on a river either. The only body of water around is a very small pond. "Hey, can you lend me your shoes and a t-shirt maybe?" I told him I was not going to open the door and told him to get off our porch. We watched him as best we could. We could see he had a limp right leg. He left the porch and we noticed he was sopping wet, shirtless and with no shoes on either. Feeling a little bad, I grabbed some old sneakers nearby and quickly tossed them out the door, then shut it and locked it again. The man turned around. "Hey man, let me give you some money for these." I told him to leave. At the end of this dead-end road, there would be a gas station and further ways to civilization. To my surprise, he immediately ducked down and crept underneath our porch. I was really freaking out now. The cops were still 10 minutes away. 5 minutes of waiting later, the man emerged and limped out into the darkness, looking back at the house as he went. In the morning, we found out that both our bikes outside had flat tires. They had been dragged under the porch as well. The cops finally showed up and said we were the 10th house he'd knocked on that night, and we were the only ones to answer. When I told him there was only one road in and out, and they should have seen him somewhere along it, they laughed at me. "Kid, you really think he wanted to go down the road? He ran off back into the woods." They tried to search for him, but they never found him. We own a shotgun now.